Chapter 1745. Dozens of half-step immortal kings were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood and unable to stand up again. The Violet Fairy didn't look at these people at all and went straight into the depths of the Fey race. Lin Tian followed beside the Violet Fairy. He was worried for Ziyu, but at the same time he was moved by the Violet Fairy's combat strength. Just one word was enough to shatter dozens of half-step immortal kings at the same level. Such combat strength was really amazing. Boom! 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 Divine energy surged and immortal pressure intertwined. There were many experts in the Fey race. In the blink of an eye, a large group of Fey experts appeared. Among them, there were 7 early-stage immortal kings. Each of them had a majestic essence. Since ancient times, no one has dared to break into our Fey race like this. How dare you be so presumptuous during our race's sacrificial ceremony? One of the immortal kings said coldly. Immediately, a large amount of immortal king light shot forward. Unparalleled immortal king pressure enveloped Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy at the same time. Clang! Divine light clanged like sword chi. The Violet Fairy rushed forward. The great void god-slaying light was vast and mighty, cutting through the void and the immortal pressure. It directly entered the body of the person who spoke. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Under the shocked eyes of the Fey experts, the immortal king who spoke was directly cut into pieces. Lin Tian's expression changed again. Although that person was at the initial stage of the immortal king realm, he was still an immortal king after all. But now, the Violet Fairy was actually able to shatter him with a single strike with her half-step immortal king realm cultivation base. At the same time, this also gave him a new understanding of the great void god slaying Tao. This kind of divine technique required one to first shatter one's own sea of consciousness. This kind of cultivation condition could be said to be destructive and harsh to the extreme. It was almost impossible to cultivate, but once it was cultivated, the power it possessed was really shocking. Just like the Violet Fairy now, she was extremely powerful. Boom! At this time, another bell sound came from the depths of the Fey race. More immortal light intertwined, mixed with a stronger divine essence. The Violet Fairy looked into the depths, and her expression clearly became more anxious. With a boom, her demonic might was fully displayed. The great void, god-slaying light turned into a sea of light, covering the sky of this place. The terrifying might caused the other 6 celestial kings to tremble involuntarily. Together, they pressed down on the 6 celestial kings, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Retreat! These people were shaken and they all retreated. It was hard for them to imagine that a mere half-step immortal king, who was separated from them by an entire realm, could actually emit such a terrifying aura. It actually made them, who were immortal kings, clearly feel that it was difficult to contend against him. The power of the great void god-slaying light was unparalleled. Everywhere it passed, all living things were destroyed and withered. The 6 celestial kings retreated again and again. They were not hit by the great void god-slaying light, but they coughed up blood from the shock of that aura. As the other Fey cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. A mere half-step immortal king was actually able to force several immortal king-level experts of their clan to the point of coughing up blood. A half-step immortal king actually caused you to suffer such injuries? How did you cultivate to this level? A cold voice rang out, and a gray figure stepped forward, leaving behind afterimages with each step. This was an old man. His aura was extremely dense, and there was no doubt that he was at the peak of the immortal king realm. 9th Elder, a Fey cultivator, said and bowed from afar. The few immortal kings who were knocked back had ugly expressions on their faces. The immortal kings who had been shattered earlier also had ugly expressions on their faces when they reformed their bodies. It was difficult for them to refute. because as immortal kings they were indeed injured by a half-step immortal king, and they didn't even have the strength to resist. This was really embarrassing. Boom! The third bell rang out in the depths of the Fey race. There was a faint immortal radiance in the sky, very obvious. The great void god-slaying light surged around the violet fairy's body. She rushed directly in the direction of the bell ring, becoming even more anxious. The ninth elder of the Fey race snorted coldly. "Since ancient times, no one has dared to break into my Fey race, let alone a half-step immortal king." As he spoke, he directly raised his hand. A giant palm print of light blotted out the sky and directly pressed down on the violet fairy. With a rumble, the power of a peak immortal king surged, shaking the world in all directions. The immortal pressure was intimidating. Die. This person looked at the violet fairy coldly. In the blink of an eye, the giant palm print that blotted out the sky pressed down on the violet fairy's head. It was also at this time that Lin Tian moved. With a wave of his hand, a beam of sword light shot out. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, slashing out in all directions. With a poof, it shattered the giant palm print that was pressing down. The blood of a peak immortal king splattered everywhere. The ninth elder of the Fey race who attacked staggered backwards. This, all around, the crowd of Fey cultivators turned pale. At this time, their eyes fell directly on Lin Tian. Lin Tian and the violet fairy rushed into the Fey race together. But before this, the one who attacked was the violet fairy. They had almost ignored Lin Tian and were only shocked by the strength of the violet fairy. But now, Lin Tian's first move had shocked them. With a casual wave of his hand, he had injured their peak immortal king ninth elder. Let's go! Lin Tian looked into the depths of the Fey race. He pulled the violet fairy and directly stepped into the depths of the Fey race. During this month, he had silently watched the violet fairy and Ziyu from outside the Fey Emperor's courtyard. The violet fairy was constantly throwing tantrums at Ziyu, denying the fact that she was a Fey. She did not recognize Ziyu as her little sister, but she was so pure and lovable. She was so fawning over her little sister, serving her tea and giving her water. How could the violet fairy's heart not soften? No matter how much she loathed the Fey race, she still had the shadow of her little sister in her heart. Otherwise, how could she have rushed to the Fey race so anxiously after seeing those words, left behind by Ziyu? "You're courting death. The patriarch and the highest elder are presiding over the sacrificial ceremony. Where are you going to cause trouble?" The ninth elder of the Fey race naturally saw the direction in which Lin Tian was pulling the violet fairy. With a bang, he held up an immortal king weapon. With a mighty and unparalleled divine might, it pressed down on Lin Tian and the violet fairy with a destructive force. Die here together! With a bang, the immortal king weapon, combined with his peak immortal king level divine, might directly destroyed all 10 directions of space. That kind of momentum was incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Scram! As he spat out a word, with a crack, the immortal king weapon that the ninth elder of the Fey race had brought out was shattered into pieces. Then a majestic force spread out and landed on the ninth elder's body. With a poof, it shattered him into pieces. Such a scene caused all the cultivators in this place to tremble again. It was just a word, but it had shattered an immortal king weapon. Then, it had shattered their peak immortal king ninth elder. What kind of combat power was this? Lin Tian did not care about the expressions of these people. He pulled the violet fairy and quickly went straight into the depths of the Fey race. Chapter 1746. Pulling the violet fairy along, Lin Tian's immortal king aura intertwined around his body. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already far away from the Fey territory. Not long after, he pulled the violet fairy into the depths of the Fey territory. Looking around, there was a crimson land in front of them, as if it had been dyed red by the blood of 10,000 creatures. It gave off a horrifying feeling, and a bit of the smell of blood floated in the air. Boom! 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 The sound of a bell reverberated, and it sounded 3 times in a row, coming from the center of this crimson land. Lin Tian could clearly feel that the Violet Fairy was even more anxious, and his palms were sweating. He knew that as the bell continued to ring, the more it rang, the more danger Ziyu was in. So, when the Violet Fairy heard the bell ring more often, his expression became more anxious. He didn't say much, and with the Violet Fairy's Immortal King cultivation base, he used the yin-yang steps and headed towards the center of this crimson land. The bell ring was coming from there. "Who is it? How dare you intrude into our holy land?" A cold voice mixed with killing intent rang out, and 5 figures blocked the way, all of them intertwined with half-step true god aura. It was clear that these 5 people were powerhouses of the Fey race. When the Fae's so-called sacrificial ceremony began, they had been guarding this place. At this time, as they saw Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy intrude, their eyes turned icy cold. What are the people of the race doing? They actually allowed 2 outsiders to intrude here. Why isn't anyone stopping them? We'll hold them accountable later. First, suppress them. Suppress? Just obliterate them. The other people's voices were cold. As soon as the words fell, one of them directly attacked. A large palm imprint, mixed with killing intent, directly pressed down on Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy. With a rumble, the entire sky was enveloped by the palm's power. The power of a half-step true god was strong and oppressive. Scram! Lin Tian's voice was cold, and he still only said these 2 words. The majestic Immortal King pressure turned into a hurricane that swept out. In an instant, the palm of light was shattered, and the Immortal King aura landed on him and the other 4 half-step true gods, causing them to be sent flying, each of them coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though the Violet Fairy was extremely anxious and worried about Ziyu's safety, she still couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression when she saw the scene. She didn't expect Lin Tian to have become so powerful in just a few years. Boom! The 7th bell chime came from the center of the Red Land, causing the Violet Fairy to tremble once again. The surprise on her face at Lin Tian's strength disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Naturally, he could feel the Violet Fairy's anxiety. He didn't care about the half-step true gods who were sent flying by his Immortal King aura at all. He directly used the duality steps and rushed toward the center of the Red Land with the Violet Fairy. Ziyu, that girl, was pure and kind. She was clearly a true immortal. But back then, she was very enthusiastic about the ordinary villagers who had been suppressed by the cultivators of the world of souls to be used as cultivation materials. She took the initiative to treat their injuries, and when she was thanked by them, she looked panicked. It was only because those people who bowed to her were older than her. He quite liked that girl. This kind of liking wasn't love, but he felt that the girl was really good. She was so pure and kind that she was likable. Most importantly, she was the Violet Fairy's sister, not to mention anything else. Just because of this, just because the Violet Fairy was worried about her, he couldn't let anything happen to her. He used the duality steps and moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled the Violet very far away. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the Red Land. As far as the eye could see, there was a circular altar in front of them. It was covered with dense runes, and a girl lay in the center. It was the 16-year-old Ziyu. At this time, her eyes were closed, and her body seemed to have lost control. Her life fluctuations were rapidly fading away, and strands of light flowed from her body into the altar in the sky directly above the altar. Ziyu! The Violet Fairy couldn't help but call out. She broke free from Lin Tian's hand and ran toward the circular altar. Buzz! Outside the circular altar, a halo appeared. It was like a powerful barrier, and it directly shook her back. Clearly, there was a very powerful restriction outside the altar. At the same time, A cold voice came from the altar in the sky. "Who dares to intrude here?" On the altar, 10 figures sat together in a circle. 9 of them were old men, and 1 was middle-aged. Lin Tian was slightly moved. Although he saw the altar before, he didn't notice that there were people on it. At this time, he looked at the 10 people, and then his eyes narrowed. The 10 of them were all in the divine realm. 9 of them were in the early stage of the true God realm, and the middle-aged man was in the middle stage of the true God realm. 10 true gods. He couldn't help but think of some things recorded in the ancient books of the immortal realm. It recorded that the top inheritances of the 12 immortal continents all had no less than 10 true gods overseeing them. Now it seemed that it was true. Outsiders dare to intrude into our clan's forbidden area? What are those people outside doing? One of the 9 old men had a cold expression. The other 8 old men and the middle-aged man in the middle stage of the true God realm also had cold expressions, and they were all filled with killing intent. However, at this time they were all sitting cross-legged on the altar, condensing some kind of seal. It was obvious that they were presiding over some kind of ceremony, and it was difficult for them to do anything else. At this time, no one immediately stood up to attack Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy. Boom! Boundless demonic might filled the air. The Violet Fairy had also sensed the presence of the 9 old men and the middle-aged man. However, at that moment, she did not even bother to look at the 10 of them. Instead, she unleashed the great void god slaying way to its very limits, madly slashing at the barrier. She looked anxiously at the violet moon at the center of the altar. The violet moon's life source was quickly draining away. At this time, when the void god slaying Tao was used to its limit, the aura was truly frightening and powerful. However, the restrictive barrier outside the altar was too strong. Even if the Violet Fairy used the void god slaying Tao to its limit, she couldn't damage the barrier in the slightest. However, the expressions of the 10 people on the altar in the sky changed, and their gazes all fell on the Violet Fairy. This is, although it's very weak, as if deliberately sealed, there is indeed demonic energy fluctuations on her body. It's very pure. What's going on? Why does she have the bloodline fluctuations of our clan? Moreover, it's very similar to the unique aura of Huaikong and the Violet Moon. The 9 old men couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man in purple robes. A few days ago, the Violet Moon snuck out, saying that she felt her sister's aura. Could it be? One of them seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Violet Fairy, then at the middle-aged man in purple robes, and then at the Violet Fairy again. Could it be that little girl, the Violet Fairy, who was accidentally swallowed by the chaotic space? She's actually not dead, and she's already awakened the demonic bloodline. The fluctuations of the demonic bloodline are actually so pure. That's right, it's that little girl from back then. She's actually, now, as the Violet Fairy fully activated the void god slaying Tao, her body uncontrollably emitted the aura of the origin. Even though the 9 people didn't have the pure demonic bloodline that the Violet Moon had, nor were they as close as the Violet Moon and the Violet Fairy sisters, they could still sense the pure demonic bloodline that the Violet Fairy possessed. In addition, the Violet Fairy's birth had been accompanied by all kinds of strange phenomena, so they had a deep impression of the Violet Fairy's potential. With these 2 factors combined, they were able to directly confirm that this was the Violet Fairy from back then. The middle-aged man in purple robes' gaze fell on the Violet Fairy, who was using the wind control technique to slash at the barrier outside the altar. His cold eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Someone who should have been dead had actually reappeared here after so many years. Moreover, she clearly had the aura of an incomparably pure demonic bloodline, purer than any demonic bloodline of the previous generations. Violet Fairy, you're still alive. When did your demonic bloodline awaken? Looking at the Violet Fairy, the middle-aged man in purple robes spoke in a cold voice. The Violet Fairy didn't seem to hear the middle-aged man's voice. The void god slaying Tao was even stronger and more shocking as it slashed at the barrier in front of her. Seeing that the violet fairy didn't respond to him, the middle-aged man in purple robes' expression darkened. He said coldly, "Father is asking you a question." "Answer." Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword resounded as Lin Tian made his move. A golden sword beam slashed straight at the middle-aged man in purple robes, carrying with it an undisguised, cold, killing intent. He could tell that this middle-aged man in purple robes was Zi Huaikong, the man who should be the Violet Fairy and Ziyu's father. He was the man who had shattered the Violet Fairy's sea of consciousness and pushed her into the chaotic space. This man who had once tried to kill the Violet Fairy, his own flesh and blood. Now that he saw that the Violet Fairy was still alive, he actually had the face to act like a father to the Violet Fairy. His heart was burning with anger. Even if he knew that his opponent was a mid-stage true god, even if he knew that he couldn't hurt him with his current strength, he still slashed out with his sword. At the same time he made his move, he activated the Heavenly One Soul technique, the Dragon Burial Scripture and the Chaos Empyrean Fist, and directly smashed a punch at the barrier outside the altar. Dong! This punch was a mix of 3 stunning arts from the past and present. It was extremely shocking. When it landed on the barrier outside the altar, it caused the barrier to tremble. With a crack, a large crack appeared. Such a scene caused the expressions of the 10 people on the altar to change. The middle-aged man in purple robes sat cross-legged on the altar. He was the core leader of the sacrificial ceremony. At this moment, he used his divine might to shatter Lin Tian's sword beam. Then his gaze fell on Lin Tian. An early-stage immortal king can actually shake the barrier here. His voice was cold. Then he said to an elder among the 9 people, "Seventh forefather, you go and kill him. The 9 of us can barely maintain the sacrificial ceremony. As for the Violet Fairy, suppress her and send her to the altar. Now that her fairy bloodline has awakened, she can participate in the sacrificial ceremony. Are you sure?" The 7th forefather of the fairy race said, "On this day, Ziyu will sacrifice her life for the race. Now that the Violet Fairy is alive, you still have a descendant. This is a pleasant surprise. Now, are you really going to suppress her and send her to the altar? Everything is for the return of the ancestors, for the prosperity of the fairy race." Zi Huaikong's voice was cold. Chapter 1747. Lin Tian naturally heard Zi Huaikong's words, and his heart couldn't help but become even colder. How could there be such a father in this world? Boom! The divine power emanating from his body became denser, and the divine One Soul incantation, the Dragon Burial Scripture, and the Chaos Emperor's fist were used together once again. Once again, his fist landed firmly on the barrier outside the altar. With a cracking sound, the barrier was directly shattered by his punch. Then he pulled the Violet Fairy and rushed toward the altar in front of him. It was also at this moment that the 7th fairy ancestor came down from the altar in the sky with a boom. Divine power intertwined around his body, and he reached out with his left hand, and a palm print of divine light mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian with cold, killing intent. At the same time, his other hand grabbed toward the Violet Fairy. Since the fairy bloodline has been awakened, then contribute to the return of the ancestors. His voice was cold and emotionless, and the divine power of the 2 light palms that were pressed down surged, and the aura was extremely oppressive. Get lost! Lin Tian rushed toward the altar with the Violet Fairy, but he had been paying attention to the 10 people on the altar. At this time, when he saw this person pressing down on him, he immediately attacked, and a simple punch was thrown toward him. This punch looked very simple, but it was many times more terrifying than the 2 punches that he had used to continuously bombard the barrier outside the altar. It instantly shattered the void in all directions, and the pure strength of his body was shocking. With 2 cracking sounds, the 2 large palms that the 7th fairy ancestor had conjured were directly shattered. Then Lin Tian's punch didn't slow down, and in the next moment it landed on this person's body. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, and this person immediately exploded. Suddenly, the other 8 elders on the altar all changed color, and even Zi Huaicong, who was a mid-stage true god, narrowed his eyes slightly. They could see that Lin Tian's cultivation was only close to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, but at this level of cultivation, he was able to shatter a true god with one punch. What kind of terrifying physique was this? Even the barbarian king physique of the 12 king physiques was not as terrifying as this. Lin Tian did not care about the 7th fairy forefather's body that had been blown to pieces. Instead, he kept his guard up against the other 9 people who were hosting the ritual on the altar while pulling the violet fairy along as he continued to rush towards the altar. Boom! The 7th forefather, who had been smashed to pieces, reformed his physical body. His eyes were filled with shock, and his expression was unsightly. He rushed toward Lin Tian with even greater speed. Junior! His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was a dignified, true god, yet now his body was actually shattered by a single punch from a young celestial king. This was truly an extremely great humiliation. In the next moment, with a boom, he used a special movement technique to block in front of Lin Tian and directly used an astonishing divine technique. Lin Tian pulled on the violet fairy and charged forward without slowing down at all. A divine map rushed out from behind him. It was like a sacred map of the creation of the heavens, but also like a millstone that could destroy the world. It interweaved with holiness, majesty, and vastness, and directly crushed towards the opponent. For this attack, he directly used the reincarnation map. This was because the opponent was a true god, with his cultivation level close to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, his physique of reincarnation, and his cultivation of withstanding the power of 2 consecutive heavenly tribulations. He was now strong enough to be fearless of an early-stage true god. However, a true god was a true god after all. It was naturally not easy for him to defeat a true god who had used a powerful divine technique with his cultivation level of the Immortal King realm. Swish! With a soft sound, the divine technique that the 7th fairy forefather had used collided with the reincarnation map and was immediately shattered. Then the reincarnation map pressed down mightily and directly crashed into the forefather's body. Poof! Blood splattered. Once again, the forefather's physical body exploded, and only his divine soul was preserved. He was shocked and angry. He was a true god, and now that he had used a divine technique, he was still shattered by Lin Tian, who was at the Immortal King realm. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. He pulled the violet fairy and rushed past. At the same time, he threw out a slap and landed on the forefather's divine soul. With a bang, the forefather's divine soul flew out. A dozen cracks appeared on it, and it almost shattered directly. How is this possible? The other 8 elders who were presiding over the sacrificial ceremony on the altar turned pale again. The 7th fairy forefather, who had used a divine technique and had a true god-level cultivation, was actually still shattered. It was shattered by a cultivator at the Immortal King realm. Even Zi Huaicong, who was at the middle stage of the true god level, narrowed his eyes again. His gaze fell on Lin Tian without blinking. Lin Tian didn't care about the 7th fairy forefather. With his current battle strength, even if he wanted to kill the 7th fairy forefather, he could do it. However, that would require him to use all of his strength, and it would take a long time. But now he obviously didn't have that time. Now he had to rescue Ziyu from the altar. Ziyu's life force was constantly surging into the altar in the sky. Obviously, if this dragged on for too long, Ziyu would completely disappear and die. Whoosh! He was extremely fast, pulling the violet fairy. He arrived at the edge of the circular altar in the blink of an eye. Whom! When he arrived, the void hummed, and another forbidden boundary appeared. It was blood-red in color and was very powerful. Divine light intertwined in his eyes. He circulated the Tiani Soul technique to the extreme. Gathering the power of this array, he threw a punch at the blood-red boundary and landed directly on it. With a bang, the blood-red boundary immediately shook and twisted violently. His body was also shaken violently. Obviously, the blood-red boundary here was many times stronger than the one he had shattered at the periphery. "Damn you!" An angry voice rang out. The seventh fairy forefather reformed his physical body and attacked again. His divine aura surged like a divine waterfall. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the seventh fairy forefather with an extremely cold gaze. The seventh fairy forefather, who was rushing over, trembled for no reason. Facing such a cold gaze, he felt as if his throat was being strangled by a pair of demonic hands. It was as if he would be strangled in the next moment. It was also at this time that Zi Huaikong on the altar moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the edge of the altar and blocked Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy. "Seventh forefather, go back and preside over the ceremony with the other 8 forefathers. Leave them to me." His voice was cold. When he said these words, his gaze fell on Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy. Cold light intertwined in his eyes. The seventh fairy forefather glanced coldly at Lin Tian, then immediately rose into the air and returned to the altar. He immediately presided over the ceremony with the other 8 elders. This kind of ceremony required at least 9 true gods to preside over together. Lin Tian's gaze fell on Zi Huaikong, and the cold light in his eyes became even more intense. "Little Zi, back off." He let go of the Violet Fairy's hand and took a step forward. Boom! Chapter 1748. Zi Huaikong was at the peak of the true god realm. Lin Tian could feel how powerful this person was. With his current combat strength, even if he used all his means, it was impossible for him to be a match for this person. The difference in cultivation was too great. But even so, he couldn't retreat because of this. Ziyu was on the altar at this moment, and her life aura was constantly draining away. The Violet Fairy's face was full of anxiety. No matter what, he had to bring Ziyu down from the altar. Boom! The mighty Immortal King aura rushed into the sky. The space in all directions trembled and the earth shook. This aura was extremely oppressive, causing the 9 Fey ancestors on the altar to reveal looks of shock. They couldn't believe it. Lin Tian's cultivation was close to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm. But this kind of Immortal King aura made them, who were at the true God realm, tremble and feel a great threat. Who the hell is this person? How can he emit such a fierce aura at this cultivation realm? The 9 Fey ancestors' eyelids couldn't help but twitch. The Violet Fairy was standing behind Lin Tian at this time. She felt the aura emitted by Lin Tian. Even though she was extremely worried about Ziyu's safety, she still couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Then she looked at Ziyu, whose life aura was constantly draining away, and her face revealed an extremely anxious expression. "Brother!" She looked at Lin Tian and couldn't finish her words. She wanted to bring Ziyu down from the altar and not let Ziyu die, but her strength was far from enough. She wasn't that strong. Now, in this place, she could only rely on Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally knew what she wanted to say. He knew that she didn't want anything to happen to Ziyu. She wanted to take Ziyu away and let Ziyu live. At this time, she didn't even look at her biological father, Zi Huaikong, who had killed her with his own hands. Therefore, Lin Tian could feel how worried she was about Ziyu. "You must save her," he said in a deep voice. As his words fell, the aura on his body became stronger with a bang. Strands of purple lightning intertwined around his body, mixing with the golden divine light and pure yang flames, directly crushing a large area of space. Not bad at all. In front of him, outside the altar, Zi Huaikong looked at Lin Tian and said, "You're comparable to some of the young paragons in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 immortals. If you're willing to submit to my clan and serve us, and willingly brand yourself with the official prince seal, I won't kill you and let you live." The vassal prince's seal was a part of the vassal prince's mother seal. The child seal was branded on the cultivator who submitted to it, and the mother seal was controlled by the cultivator who submitted to it. After that, the cultivator branded with the vassal prince's mother seal would not be able to resist the cultivator who had the vassal prince's mother seal. The cultivator who had the vassal prince's mother seal could easily kill the cultivator branded with the vassal prince's mother seal. It was an absolute contract divine spell. However, in order to carry out this kind of contract magic, the subject had to be willing to be branded with the prince's seal. It was impossible to be forced to do so. Lin Tian looked at Zi Huaikong with a cold gaze. He did not say anything, and in the next moment he moved, turning into a human-shaped torch and charging towards the other party. Dong! He directly swung the Chaos Emperor's fist. At the same time, the reincarnation diagram was utilized at the first possible moment, and it pressed down towards Zi Huaikong in a mighty manner. When facing an expert at the intermediate stage of the true God realm, it was utterly impossible for him to hold back in battle with his own strength. He had to attack with his full strength. Clang! An ear-piercing sound reverberated as a battle spear appeared. Its entire body was covered in strange markings, and it emanated the formidable might of an immortal king. This was the ancient weapon an old drunkard had given him when he sent him into the immortal domain. However, in order to prevent him from relying too much on this battle spear, an old drunkard had set up a seal within it. After he used it once, the seal would naturally be unlocked, and it would only be broken when he attained the immortal king realm. At this moment, he utilized this battle spear. As this battle spear was utilized, an extremely terrifying aura surged. It was as if it had killed countless living beings, and it naturally carried a terrifying killing intent that seemed capable of piercing through all things. Zi Huaikong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was moved by Lin Tian's attack at this moment. However, in the next moment, his eyes became extremely icy cold, and he said indifferently, "I gave you a chance to live, yet you didn't cherish it. Idiot." As he spoke, he directly made a move and slapped forward with his palm. This palm was naturally not a simple physical attack, and it carried a shocking fluctuation of divine might. It suppressed everything at the first possible moment, and it shattered all the divine might that Lin Tian struck out. After that, it directly descended onto the immortal king grade battle spear in Lin Tian's hand. Clang! A crisp sound of metal resounded. Lin Tian trembled fiercely and was blasted back by a few steps. Under the circumstances where there were already many cracks on the immortal king grade battle spear in his hand, a few more cracks appeared on it. This caused him to have no choice but to admit the strength of an intermediate stage true god. Even though it was only a small level higher than an initial stage true god, the difference in combat strength between them was shocking. An immortal king was able to block this palm strike. Not bad. Zi Huaikong spoke coldly. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but his eyes were very cold. With a bang, the aura he emitted became even stronger, and he charged towards Zi Huaikong again. He used the battle spear in his hand to activate the heavenly sword scripture and slashed out a sky full of heavenly sword light. After that, he directly threw the battle spear in his hand out, and it transformed into a dragon of death that pierced towards Zi Huaikong. Zi Huaikong's expression was cold. He unleashed the divine might of an intermediate stage true god, and with a slap he shattered the heavenly sword light that filled the sky. Moreover, he slapped the battle spear away, and it stabbed into the ground in the distance with a clang, causing even more cracks to appear on it. "I'll give you one more chance. Submit or die." Zi Huaikong said, "Submit to a bastard who kills his daughter just because she hasn't awakened her fairy bloodline by the age of 8. Lin Tian spoke. Zi Huaikong's eyes immediately darkened, and he glanced at the violet fairy at the side. Then he looked at Lin Tian, and his gaze became even colder. At the same time, on the altar, the other 9 fairy ancestors were moved. They presided over the sacrificial ceremony while looking at the violet fairy and Zi Huaikong. The fairy bloodline had not awakened at the age of 8, and in the history of the fairy race, only the violet fairy had done so. According to Lin Tian's words, It was Zi Huaikong who had killed the Violet Fairy back then, and she hadn't been accidentally devoured by the chaotic space. Huaikong, what's going on? Didn't you say that the girl was accidentally devoured by the chaotic space? The fairy ancestor frowned. The other 8 elders also looked at Zi Huaikong, and they all frowned. Zi Huaikong glanced at the Violet Fairy and said, "That's right, I was the one who killed her." As he said this, his expression didn't change in the slightest, and he continued indifferently. Back then, when she was born, the sky was filled with strange phenomena, and the clan had great expectations for her. That generation was waiting for her to grow up and contribute to the return of the ancestors. But she hadn't awakened her fairy bloodline by the age of 8, and was unable to contribute to the return of the ancestors. I felt that it was impossible for her to awaken her fairy bloodline, and if we continued to wait with expectations and didn't choose anyone else, it would delay the return of the ancestors. So at that time I killed her. At that time, I said it was an accident, but I didn't want to make Yueshi feel bad. Yueshi, full name Ling Yueshi, was the mother of the Violet Fairy and Ziyu. On the altar, the 9 elders frowned, and then they couldn't help but sigh. Back then, if we had waited for the girl to awaken her fairy bloodline, but never did, it would have affected the choice of other people to sacrifice, and it would have indeed affected the return of the ancestors. It was right to hide it from Yueshi. If Yueshi knew the truth back then, she probably wouldn't have been able to bear it, and something irreversible might have happened. AI, for the return of the ancestors, for the prosperity of our Fey race, you sacrificed too much. The 9 elders looked at Zi Huaikong. Lin Tian looked at the 9 elders on the altar, and couldn't help but sneer. You all seem to admire a beast who killed his own flesh and blood, just because her fairy bloodline hadn't awakened for a long time? Ignorant child, what do you know? The 9 elders looked coldly at Lin Tian and said, "Do you know how important the return of the ancestors is to our race? Even if it's delayed for a day or 2, it will be a great loss to our race's future. The earlier the ancestors return, the more powerful our Fey race will be in the future. Do you know how important this is? It's higher than the heavens." Fuck your bullshit significance. Lin Tianling's face was cold. This kind of thing is worse than pigs and dogs, and in your mouth it's higher than the heavens. His eyes were ruthless. If I had great power now, I would directly destroy your Fey race. The 9 elders' eyes were even colder. Insolent Junior, you speak rudely. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him, Zi Huaikong said. His tone was indifferent, and he glanced at the Violet Fairy. After killing him, send her to the altar. Since her fairy bloodline has awakened, and it's unexpectedly pure, then she'll carry out her duty back then and sacrifice it to the ancestors. His voice was indifferent and emotionless, and he walked towards Lin Tian. He directly raised his hand, and a divine light palm print appeared, covering the sky and covering the sun, and his aura was extremely powerful. Bastard, Lin Tianling said, and directly brought out the nameless great Tao, the thunder immortal Tao, and the natural immortal Tao, and merged with the reincarnation diagram to form the most powerful immortal Tao reincarnation diagram, and mightily faced Zi Huaikong. Moreover, at the same time, divine light interweaved in his eyes, and he used the weapon control technique, which he hadn't used in a long time. He moved the battle spear from a distance, causing it to soar into the sky, turning it into a light dragon that pierced towards the barrier outside the altar. It bloomed with an incomparably dazzling brilliance, and its momentum was extremely terrifying. Zi Huaikong was slightly moved, as he didn't expect Lin Tianling to be able to move the battle spear in the air while attacking him at the same time, emitting such a powerful force to attack the barrier outside the altar. He immediately reached out and grabbed the battle spear. However, it was a little too late. Lin Tianling had spoken to Zi Huaikong and the other 9 people just now to secretly accumulate power on the battle spear, so that it could break the barrier outside the altar in an instant. At this time, he suddenly made such a move, and Zi Huaikong couldn't stop him. Chi! With a soft sound, the battle spear landed on the barrier outside the altar, and directly shattered the barrier. At the same time, he moved again, using the yin and yang steps to the limit, and rushed towards the altar. Zi Huaikong couldn't stop the battle spear from breaking the barrier outside the altar, and his expression became even colder. He directly raised his hand, and the most powerful divine power pressed down on Lin Tianling. So what if you broke the last barrier? Don't even think about trying to destroy the sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 1749. Middle stage, true God-level divine power interweaved in this space. Its power was extremely frightening, sealing off every corner around Lin Tian as it pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not retreat. He used the 5 Thunder Sky Shock technique, using the shocking thunder technique together with the yin and yang steps to increase his speed instantly. He forcefully avoided the divine power that Zi Huaikong was pressing down on him and continued to rush toward the altar. Zi Huaikong was moved by Lin Tian's speed. However, in the next moment, his expression became cold again. He snorted coldly and blocked Lin Tian in a flash. Once again, he used the giant palm of divine power to press down on Lin Tian. With a rumble, the space all around trembled. Affected by the power of a mid-stage true god, it shattered inch by inch like fragile glass. Lin Tian immediately knew that it was difficult to avoid with his speed. He gritted his teeth and used the 5 Thunder Sky Shock technique to its limit. He also used various other precious techniques. The sword and fist light were like rolling waves as they bombarded Zi Huaikong head-on. "You're not weak, but you're no match for me," Zi Huaikong said coldly. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn rang out. At this time, the violet fairy moved and rushed toward the altar that was no longer protected by the barrier. "You think I didn't notice you?" Zi Huaikong said, his voice indifferent. He waved his hand, and a beam of divine light fell on the violet fairy. With a bang, the violet fairy was sent flying. "I won't kill you now. Your life will be dedicated to the ancestors. This is your duty." The violet fairy landed in the distance, blood flowing from her mouth. However, her eyes were still fixed on the altar in the distance. She did not even look at Zi Huaikong. Now, she only cared about Ziyu's life. Boom! Shocking coldness and anger exploded in Lin Tian's eyes. The divine light outside his body burned even more fiercely, shaking the sky. All kinds of divine techniques and ancient scriptures were activated to the limit. His immortal power was intimidating as it pressed down on Zi Huaikong. At the same time, the violet fairy struggled to stand up and rushed toward the altar again. Her speed was even faster than before. "Just lie there, Aunt. Don't make a fool of yourself." Zi Huaikong raised his hand and threw another beam of divine light at the violet fairy. Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared beside the violet fairy with extreme speed. He used the reincarnation diagram to crush the divine light. "You still have time to care about others?" Zi Huaikong's voice rang out once again. In the instant that Lin Tian blocked the divine light for the violet fairy, a large amount of killing intent mixed with divine might directly press down upon them. This time, Lin Tian had nowhere to run. All he could do was put up a defensive barrier and protect the violet fairy with his own body. In the next moment, the killing light that was infused with divine might landed on his body, instantly shattering the defensive light screen that he had put up, causing his chest to explode. Blood splattered everywhere, and even the violet fairy behind him was sent flying hundreds of feet away before she was able to stabilize herself. Blood flowed from her chest and spilled out from her mouth. Her face had also turned somewhat pale in an instant. "Brother!" The violet fairy trembled slightly. She was protected by Lin Tian behind her, so she wasn't injured. However, seeing that Lin Tian was severely injured made her feel extremely uncomfortable. "It's fine. Don't worry." Lin Tian shook his head. He activated the nirvana of the sun and quickly healed his injured body. At this moment, a soft groan was heard. In front of them on the altar, it seemed that because the outermost boundary of the altar had been destroyed, Ziyue's life force was constantly fading away. She opened her eyes slightly, and then seemed to feel a very familiar presence. She turned her head with difficulty, and saw Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy. "Sister!" Her voice was weak, and there wasn't much light in her eyes. After saying those 2 words, it seemed that she didn't have the strength to continue speaking. The Violet Fairy's mouth was still bleeding. Seeing that Ziyue on the altar had woken up, she felt that Ziyue's life force was constantly fading away. She immediately moved again and rushed towards the altar at an even faster speed. At the same time, she said to Ziyue, "Ziyue, don't be afraid. We will save you. You will be fine. You will definitely be fine." Zi Huaikong snorted coldly. He raised his hand, and a ray of divine light fell on the Violet Fairy. She was immediately swept away, and blood splattered in the air. On the altar, the light in Ziyue's eyes dimmed even more. Seeing this scene, her body trembled slightly. "Sister!" She almost didn't have any strength left. After shouting that one word, it was difficult for her to continue speaking. "Save her? How can you talk about saving her? She came here voluntarily to contribute to the return of her ancestors. This is her honor." Zi Huaikong said coldly. Lin Tian used the duality steps and caught the Violet Fairy. He used the Sun Nirvana technique to help the Violet Fairy recover her injured body. In the blink of an eye, her injuries were stabilized. Boom! An even more powerful aura surged out from his body. His origin divine weapon appeared, intertwining with purple primordial light. It was sacred and majestic. Strands of lightning intertwined around his body. The aura was extremely shocking. "You dog!" With a whoosh, he rushed out with anger and coldness. He used the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which was comparable to a true divine weapon, to suppress Zi Huaikong. Crack! 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 The void was annihilated inch by inch. "This is primordial origin chi. It's actually so dense. Could it be that this pagoda was forged from primordial, heavenly crystal?" For a moment, the 9 demon ancestors on the altar were all shocked. At the same time, the mid-stage true god Zi Huaikong was also moved. He had never thought that Lin Tian would actually have a treasure weapon forged from primordial, heavenly crystal. The value of such a treasure weapon could be said to be immeasurable. "Good. Very good. You actually have such a sacred item." His eyes shone brightly as he erupted with even more powerful divine power. He pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, he transformed into a giant palm imprint mixed with divine Tao and forcefully grabbed at the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was obvious that he wanted to seize the pagoda by force. Anger intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes. He summoned the pure yang flame, the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram, the Chaos Emperor Fist, and other techniques. At the same time, he summoned the immortal King Battle Spear with the weapon control technique. All kinds of divine light and killing intent intertwined and pressed down on Zi Huaikong like a galaxy. One had to say that this power was extremely terrifying. It shook Zi Huaikong, a mid-stage true god powerhouse, until the giant palm imprint of divine light was shattered. Even his divine body swayed for a moment. However, in the next moment, the divine power he emitted became even stronger. All kinds of treasure lights appeared and pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly again. Bang! Lin Tian's body trembled violently from the impact, and blood flowed from his mouth. However, the golden light outside his body became even stronger. The immortal Emperor Pagoda shook the sky, and all kinds of treasured techniques were unleashed as if they were going to destroy the world. He kept Zi Huaikong at his side. "Little Purple, take this opportunity to take Purple Moon away." Blood flowed from his mouth, but his eyes were extremely cold. The Violet Fairy nodded and quickly rushed toward the altar. Zi Huaikong raised his hand and waved it at the Violet Fairy with divine light, but Lin Tian blocked it in an instant. "Do you really think you can restrain me?" Zi Huaikong's voice was cold. The divine power outside his body became even stronger. It shook Lin Tian's body until it kept shaking, and blood flowed from his mouth. Chapter 1750. The power of faith was divine and holy, mixed with a surging aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble involuntarily. Combined with various divine light techniques, its might could be said to be somewhat intimidating. What kind of power is this? It gushed out from the sect pagoda made of the primordial heavenly crystal. Could it be the power contained within the primordial heavenly crystal? How could such a divine material contain such great power? The 9 demon ancestors were shocked by the power of faith, but they did not know what it was. At this time, they only thought that it was the power contained within the ultimate divine material for forging weapons like the primordial heavenly crystal, and it was summoned by Lin Tian at this time. Zi Huaikong was slightly moved when he was enveloped by this power. However, it only lasted for an instant. In the next moment, his expression became cold again, and an even more powerful divine power gushed out, shaking the surrounding space and directly crushing it. Boom! 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 Divine light surged and intertwined, and Lin Tian firmly restrained Zi Huaikong by his side. However, Zi Huaikong was too strong, and his cultivation was an entire realm higher than his. Although he forcibly restrained Zi Huaikong by his side and used all kinds of great techniques, he could not hurt Zi Huaikong at all. His body was constantly shaking, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. However, his expression did not change from beginning to end, and it was still cold and murderous as it bombarded with terrifying power again and again. It was also at this time that Zi Huaikong finally arrived at the altar. "Ziyu!" She shouted and brought Ziyu down from the altar that was covered in divine patterns at an extremely fast speed. "Bastard!" Zi Huaikong's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light, and his divine path surged. With a bang, he sent Lin Tian flying and took a step toward the altar. At the same time, in the sky, the divine altar suddenly emitted intense divine light. There was an extremely dense demonic radiance that blossomed, extremely dense. "It's done!" Zi Huaikong stopped in his tracks, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. At this time, he forcibly changed his direction and took a step toward the altar. On the altar, the 9 fairy patriarchs were pleasantly surprised and excited. The ritual is complete. The ancestral altar is completely filled with fairy light. It's hard to believe that Ziyue's fairy essence is so powerful. It's far more powerful than we imagined. It's enough to match up to all those who sacrificed their ancestors. The other fairy ancestor looked at Zi Huaikong, who was charging over, and seemed a little excited. "Huaikong, according to what you said back then, when the divine altar is filled with the fairy radiance, it will be the day of the ancestors' return. Now, we can use the final technique to let the ancestor return and be reborn. At that time, my Fey race will..." Boom! Zi Huaikong stepped onto the godly altar. His godly aura surged, and he suddenly attacked the 9 monster ancestors, sending them flying away from the godly altar. The 9 demon ancestors were all shocked. "Huaikong, what are you doing?" Zi Huaikong had actually suddenly attacked them, causing them to be shocked. Even Lin Tian was moved by this scene. "After waiting for so many years, I finally succeeded." Zi Huaikong landed on the godly altar with an excited expression. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, completely different from his previous cold expression. The next moment, with a rumble, circles of strange divine patterns lit up on the godly altar. A very shocking barrier was formed, enveloping him and the entire godly altar. Then, within the godly altar, strands of fairy radiance continuously surged into his body. For a moment, his essence, energy, and spirit began to rise at an astonishing speed, and his cultivation also rapidly became stronger. "Huaikong, what are you doing?" The 9 fairy patriarchs were shocked and furious. At this time, Zi Huaikong was actually devouring the fairy radiance that was used to resurrect the fairy king in the godly altar. The 9 of them rushed forward together, bombarding the barrier outside the godly altar. 9 different kinds of divine power interweaved in this space. However, the barrier outside the godly altar was too strong and incomparably tough. Even when the 9 of them attacked together, they couldn't shake it in the slightest. Zi Huaikong was at the center of the godly altar, his eyes full of excitement as he laughed wildly. The fairy radiance in the godly altar continued to pour into his body, causing his cultivation to rise continuously. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the true God realm. The special technique recorded in the ancient book is indeed useful. With the refined fairy origin radiance of the same race, coupled with that special Tao pattern, it can really make my cultivation improve greatly, and I don't need to do any other cultivation. The 9 fairy patriarchs were shocked again. You lied to us. Back then, you said that you could gather the ancestral bloodline fragments in the fairy origin radiance of the later generations to resurrect the ancestor. Was that a lie? You did it for yourself. It was Zi Huaikong who told them that he could resurrect the fairy king, and this ritual had been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. Zi Huaikong sneered. The ancestor has been dead for who knows how many years. How could he still be alive? You fools actually believed that I could resurrect the ancestor and spared no effort to cooperate with me to complete the plan. The 9 were furious. You lied to all of us. For your own sake, you caused the deaths of so many geniuses in your race, and even your own flesh and blood were involved. So what? Those descendants of the race can contribute to me, and it's their honor. As for flesh and blood, humph! On the path of cultivation, one's own strength is the truth. Flesh and blood are useless things. As for flesh and blood, their flesh and blood were given by me. It's only natural that they sacrifice themselves for me. Zi Huaikong stood at the center of the godly altar, the fairy radiance continuously pouring into his body, and he broke through to the heavenly God realm in an instant. Look! I've now reached the heavenly God realm, and I've surpassed the strongest of all the great races in the other immortal continents. After that, my cultivation will continue to rise, and it's even possible for me to reach the divine king realm. At that time, even if the Lord Theological Seminary comes, I won't have to fear them. With me, in the future, the fairy race can also dominate the immortal domain, and your wishes can also be realized. He laughed wildly, and more fairy radiance poured into his body from the godly altar, causing his essence, energy, and cultivation to continue to rise. You, the 9 ancestors of the fairy race, were even more shocked and angry, and they all trembled with anger. Lin Tian never thought that all of this was actually a trap set up by Zi Huaikong. Under the guise of reviving the fairy king, Zi Huaikong collected and refined the life source of the countless fairy race geniuses of the Li dynasty, and even his own flesh and blood were part of it. All of this was for himself, so that he could refine the fairy radiance to forcibly increase his cultivation. Ziyu, the violet fairy's anxious voice, came from the altar, and Lin Tian quickly moved his gaze away from the godly altar in the sky. He took a step towards the altar, and in the blink of an eye, he was next to the violet fairy. Ziyu, wake up, wake up! The violet fairy shook Ziyu's body, and she looked very anxious, and there was even a trace of fear in her eyes. Ziyu's eyes opened slightly, and her face was extremely pale. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a sound. Then, in the next moment, she closed her eyes, and the life aura on her body disappeared in the blink of an eye. The violet fairy trembled. Ziyu, Ziyu, wake up! She had lived for a very long time, far longer than Ziyu, but she wasn't tall. She looked like a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. She kept shaking Ziyu's body, and her eyes were full of panic. Lin Tian stood next to her, and his heart trembled. His body was stained with blood, and he naturally felt that Ziyu's life aura had completely disappeared. Her life source has already dried up, No need to shake her. She's already a corpse. On the godly altar, Zi Huaikong coldly snorted and swept his gaze over the violet fairy. Wait until I've finished absorbing all the fairy radiance in the godly altar. Then I'll come and take your life source. As he spoke, he looked at the 9 fairy ancestors, not far away. And your life sources, I'll take them all. Don't even think about escaping, it's useless. When I began to absorb the fairy radiance, there was already an extremely strong barrier outside. No one under the heavenly god realm can break it, and you will all become my nutrients. With the existence of the barrier, no one outside will know what happened here. In the future, I will become the fairy race's god, and then I will truly shake the immortal realm. You, the 9 fairy ancestors, were even more shocked and angry. Then they spread out their divine senses and discovered that there was indeed an extremely powerful barrier covering this space. With their strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to break it. You beast! You beast! The fairy ancestor was enraged to the extreme. At this time on the altar, an extremely powerful and pure fairy radiance appeared. It surged out from the violet fairy's body and endlessly flowed into Ziyu's body. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Ziyu, you'll be fine. Hurry and wake up, wake up. The violet fairy's body trembled. He knelt on the altar floor beside Ziyu, and the fairy radiance crazily rushed into Ziyu's body. The pure fairy radiance completely enveloped Ziyu. This level of brilliance was so shocking that the enraged 9 demon patriarchs couldn't help but look askance at the same time, all of them greatly astonished. It's actually, this fairy radiance was too strong and too pure. Although they had vaguely felt that the fairy radiance of the fairy radiance was very pure, they never thought that it would be so exaggerated. This fairy radiance was at least hundreds of times stronger than Ziyu's fairy radiance. It must be known that this kind of aura had nothing to do with cultivation. It was only related to the original strength of the fairy radiance. In the history of their race, only the fairy empress could compare to such a powerful fairy radiance. In other words, as long as this fairy radiance continued to grow normally, it could reach the same height as the fairy empress or even surpass her. And the fairy empress was a god emperor in the past. Even Zi Huaikong, who had reached the height of a heavenly god with the help of the endless fairy radiance, was shocked. He never thought that the violet fairy, who had been unable to awaken her fairy bloodline for a long time, would have such a powerful fairy radiance in her body. Immediately, in the next moment, he couldn't help but show surprise and excitement. Good, good, good. Very good. When I've finished absorbing the fairy radiance in the altar, your fairy radiance will be mine. He stared at the violet fairy from the altar. His eyes were full of divine light, and he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Yueshi, you really gave birth to a good daughter for me. Chapter 1751. The powerful fey light was vast and mighty. It was too intense, shocking everyone present. Even Lin Tian, who didn't know much about the source of the fey, couldn't help but be moved. He could feel that this fey light was mixed with a vast source energy, like a boundless galaxy. Purple Moon, wake up! Wake up! This big sister will never be angry at you again. Don't die! Wake up! The violet fairy's face paled. The fey source light surged out endlessly, crazily rushing into Purple Moon's body. However, this was useless. Purple Moon's life source had dried up, and it was difficult to reignite the fires of her life. No, don't. The violet fairy's body trembled, and her eyes were filled with panic and fear. An even stronger fairy origin light bloomed. It was as if a fairy spirit gate that had been sealed in her body for a very long time had been opened. The fairy origin light that she emitted instantly became several times stronger, and it poured into Purple Moon's body even more crazily. However, it was still useless. Purple Moon's life aura no longer reappeared, and her body even began to turn cold. Ah! The powerful fey source light became wild, and then it was extinguished. The violet fairy cried, her tears falling like a flood. She loathed the bloodline in her body, loathed the Fey race. But after so many years, when a sister with the same bloodline appeared in front of her, serving her tea, giving her water, carefully circling her like a little maid, always smiling, always calling her big sister, fawning over her in all sorts of ways, all for the sake of making her admit that she was her sister, all for the sake of seeing this big sister she had never met before. How could she not be moved? No matter how much she loathed the bloodline in her body, no matter how much she loathed the Fey race, there was still the shadow of this lovable little sister in her heart. But now her only sister was lying in front of her, motionless. Her life aura had completely disappeared, and her body began to turn cold. Like this, she had passed away. She didn't even smile at her sister when she was still alive. Ah! Tears kept falling, wetting her cheeks. She clutched Ziyue's clothes, her body trembling. Lin Tian stood to the side, watching the violet fairy cry like a child. His immortal king body couldn't help but tremble. He shuddered violently, and an explosion sounded in his head. The fairy-like girl who had always called him Lord Big Brother when he was still weak, the girl who had killed several emperors for him when he was in danger, the girl who had affectionately hugged his neck from behind and said, "You have to protect me in the future," when he had become strong, was now crying in front of him like a child. He still remembered that he had promised her that he would definitely save Ziyu. But now Ziyu was dead. He couldn't fulfill his promise to her. He couldn't protect the little sister she cared about. For a moment his mind was buzzing. All he could see was the violet fairy's sad, crying face. All he could hear was the violet fairy's cries. The whole world seemed to be spinning. Extreme anger instantly filled his entire body, and thoughts of destruction surged like a vast ocean. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly gushed out from his body. The entire Fey race began to sway. Faintly, a horrifying sound came from his body, as if millions upon millions of gods and demons were roaring. His head thundered, and his anger burned like flames. His thoughts of destruction became even stronger. His black hair danced in the wind, and in his right eye, endless strange runes gradually appeared. 9 black, moon-like marks appeared in his right eye, and they were connected by strange lines, interweaving with each other. This is he, as this terrifying aura gushed out from Lin Tian's body. The 9 Fey ancestors couldn't help but tremble as they saw Lin Tian's right eye. They couldn't help but stumble backwards. Even Zi Huaikong, who was on the altar and had already reached the heavenly divinity realm, was shocked. He was stunned by the aura Lin Tian suddenly emitted and by Lin Tian's right eye. Even the crying violet fairy could feel the terrifying aura that Lin Tian suddenly emitted. Then she saw Lin Tian's strange appearance and that strange right eye. With a sobbing voice, she said, "Brother!" Boom! Lin Tian's black hair danced in the wind. Anger and destruction filled his entire body. The aura he emitted became even more terrifying, as if he had turned into a demon. He raised his head and stared at Zi Huaikong, who was absorbing the Fey's radiance from the altar. Kill! 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 He seemed to have lost his self-awareness, as if he had gone mad. It was as if he had turned into a wild beast. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood, and in the next moment he appeared outside the altar in the sky. He directly punched the enchantment outside the altar. Ka! With a crisp sound, the powerful enchantment outside the altar instantly shattered. He charged into the altar like a mad beast, and in an instant he was in front of Zi Huaikong. A second punch came down. Zi Huaikong hurriedly punched out with his heavenly divinity, realm divine power. The 2 fists collided in the blink of an eye. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. Zi Huaikong's fist was shattered, and his entire body was blasted out of the altar. What happened? Why did he suddenly? In the distance, the 9 Fey ancestors trembled together. They were all shocked. Previously, when facing the mid-stage true god Zi Huaikong, Lin Tian was constantly injured. He was no match for him at all. But now, Zi Huaikong had reached the heavenly divinity realm after absorbing the endless phase radiance. He propped up an extremely sturdy enchantment around the altar, but Lin Tianyi's punch had shattered the powerful enchantment. Then he sent Zi Huaikong, who had already reached the heavenly divinity realm, flying with a punch. Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? No, it doesn't seem like it. Even now, his cultivation is still at the Immortal King realm. He definitely wasn't hiding his strength. But how could he? The 9 Fey ancestors were shocked. In the sky, Zi Huaikong was injured and blasted out of the altar. He was also shocked and angry at the same time. Who the hell are you? Divine light surged around his body, and the arm that Lin Tian had shattered instantly healed. Then he directly strode back towards the altar. He wanted to kill Lin Tian on the altar, and then continue to absorb the phase radiance from the altar to strengthen himself. Lin Tian's head of black hair fluttered even more crazily and wantonly. Raising his head to look at Zi Huaikong, who was charging towards him, light flickered in his right eye. The 9 black moons that were connected together in a circular shape began to revolve. Blood flowed down from his right eye along his cheek. Buzz! The world began to tremble. The void around Zi Huaikong trembled. A strange power began to intertwine, and a pure, white vortex appeared. It didn't have any terrifying aura, and one could only feel its boundless vastness, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. The 9 Fey ancestors trembled as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. That is. Chapter 1752. The pure white vortex intertwined in the sky, and it was somewhat transparent. The 9 true God realm Fey patriarchs couldn't help but tremble. That's destiny. It's that kind of aura, but that eye of his actually summoned the Chi Providence. How is this possible? How can he do such a thing? The 9 of them trembled. In this world, destiny really did exist. Those with bad destiny could be struck by lightning in Yin-Yang heaven, and those with good destiny could casually walk around and pick up super treasures. However, something like fortune was the most illusory of all. It couldn't be seen, nor could it be touched. But now, a transparent, pure white vortex had appeared in front of them, clearly intertwined with the fluctuations of fortune. This caused the 9 true divinity fairy forefathers to tremble in fear and astonishment. Even the violet fairy couldn't help but be stunned by this scene. Destiny. Lin Tian's right eye had summoned the power of destiny. Kill. Lin Tian roared like a wild beast. Blood flowed down his cheek from his right eye. The destiny vortex appeared horizontally, pressing down on Zi Huaikong. Zi Huaikong immediately trembled. With his current cultivation, he could naturally feel the power of destiny. He was immediately horrified and quickly moved to the side. However, the power of the destiny vortex was too terrifying. It was as if the surroundings had fallen into a swamp, swallowing everything. Puff! Blood sputtered. In just an instant, half of his heavenly god body was crushed by the destiny vortex. Damn it! He was shocked and angry. With a roar, he summoned a seal. The seal was covered with strange runes, and it immediately emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was a peak true god weapon. As the seal appeared, all kinds of runes and seals surged out from it. They intertwined with a majestic power, forcing the last half of his body out of the range of the destiny vortex. Half of his body was bleeding. He gasped for breath and struggled to reform his body. He looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. An immortal king was actually able to summon the legendary karmic luck, transforming that illusory energy into something corporeal. This caused his heart to tremble. Earlier, he was almost devoured by that vortex of karmic luck. Lin Tian stood on the altar, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with murderous intent, almost to the point of insanity. 9 black, full moons gradually appeared in the pupil of his left eye, just like the 9 black full moons in his right eye. They were also connected in a circular shape by a peculiar Tao pattern. In an instant, the aura emanating from his body became even more terrifying. In this place, the entire sky trembled. Facing Lin Tian's gaze and aura at this moment, Zi Huaikong couldn't help but tremble fiercely and stagger backwards. He felt as if his throat was being choked by an invisible hand. You! His voice trembled as a sense of horror rose up in his heart. Lin Tian stood on the altar. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with madness. He disappeared from where he stood in an instant and appeared in front of Zi Huaikong in the next moment. Roaring like a wild beast, he moved both of his arms and swept out a sky full of fist shadows. Bang! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the speed of his punches was too fast. Zi Huaikong couldn't react in time and was directly bombarded like a sandbag. His heavenly god-tier body became tattered in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Zi Huaikong roared in shock and anger. He freed one of his hands and intertwined his heavenly god-tier divine Tao as he threw a punch at Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed Zi Huaikong's fist. He pulled fiercely and directly tore off Zi Huaikong's entire arm. Then, with a poof, it shattered in his hand. Drops of blood fell on his face and body. He seemed to have lost himself at this moment, but his heart was filled with endless murderous intent towards the person in front of him. He launched a primitive and cruel attack, like a wild beast. After tearing off Zi Huaikong's arm, he grabbed half of his head and tore his body apart. He grabbed all of his internal organs and shattered them one by one. Blood splattered like rain. In the distance, the 9 demon ancestors watched this scene, and all of them trembled. They were all true god-tier powerhouses, and it was very common for their bodies to be shattered in battle. It was not a big deal at all. However, at this moment, seeing Lin Tian tear apart Zi Huaikong's body like a wild beast, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines and their hearts tremble. Zi Huaikong let out a miserable shriek as he quickly reformed his body amidst the blood that filled the sky. He was extremely shocked and furious as he directly pressed down on Lin Tian with his peak true body grade seal. Die for me! The peak true god tier weapon was extremely powerful. As it pressed down, it immediately shattered the void in all directions. Lin Tian raised his hand and a black full moon spun in his eyes. Blood flowed out from his eyes uncontrollably. Boom! A pure white and transparent river intertwined with his gaze and flowed out. There was even the faint sound of flowing water as it pressed down on the peak true god tier weapon. With a whoosh, the peak true god tier weapon was shattered on the spot. Zi Huaikong couldn't help but tremble. This was his peak true god tier weapon that was activated with his current heavenly god tier cultivation base. However, it was crushed by Lin Tian so easily. What are you? He trembled. Lin Tian could actually mobilize the most illusory power of destiny in the world to battle. Lin Tian roared angrily. His black hair danced wildly as he looked at Zi Huaikong with bloodshot eyes. Buzz! There, the void trembled and another long river of destiny condensed. It was much stronger than the previous vortex of destiny. It was mixed with a vast and awe-inspiring aura as it directly crushed over. Zi Huaikong trembled in fear and roared. He used all his divine powers and divine techniques to meet the long river of destiny that was pressing down on him. However, it was crushed into pieces in an instant. Then, the long river of karmic luck crushed down, and with a PU sound, it blasted him into a bloody mist. Only his soul wasn't destroyed, and it escaped with great difficulty and condensed a body once more. Lin Tian's eyes were bleeding, and his cheeks were partially dyed red. He stared at Zi Huaikong, and like a peerless demon, he strode towards Zi Huaikong step by step. With every step he took, The space trembled, and strands of the light of providence revolved around him. Zi Huaikong trembled violently as he walked towards Lin Tian. Looking at the light of destiny outside Lin Tian's body, he couldn't help but retreat. Fear appeared in his eyes and face. Don't come over. The power of destiny was too strong. It was simply unstoppable. At this moment, he felt a clear threat of death. Lin Tian stepped forward as if he didn't hear Zi Huaikong's voice at all. His face was filled with murderous intent and ferocity. Everywhere he passed, the void collapsed. Zi Huaikong trembled again. Then he gritted his teeth and turned into a ray of light. He rushed out of the forbidden land of the Fei clan at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1753. Zi Huaikong was terrified. The aura Lin Tian emitted at this moment was truly too powerful and too terrifying. The surging power of destiny circled around him, and that kind of power could simply ignore the difference in cultivation level. His heavenly god cultivation level was practically as fragile as bean dregs and weeds when facing the power displayed by the immortal king level Lin Tian. Swoosh! At this moment, his speed was shockingly fast, and it brought with it waves of sonic booms, causing the nearby space to be directly shattered into pieces. Now, facing the suddenly changed Lin Tian, an indescribable fear arose in his heart. He didn't even care about the fairy's quintessence radiance remaining in the divine altar, nor did he care about seizing Lin Tian's primordial pagoda. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible to save his life. The aura around Lin Tian's body was terrifying, and black moons revolved around his eyes. He was like a peerless demon lord as he stared at the direction Zi Huaikong had fled in. He directly took a step forward, and his speed was many times faster than Zi Huaikong's. It was as if he had truly teleported, and in the blink of an eye, he blocked Zi Huaikong's path. Zi Huaikong trembled. You! Boom! The might of his fist shook the surroundings. Lin Tian punched out with eyes filled with murderous intent, and the power of his fist was mixed with the power of destiny he emitted at this moment. It was shocking, and it directly pierced through Zi Huaikong's chest. He roared as he grabbed Zi Huaikong's body, and with both hands he forcefully tore Zi Huaikong's body into pieces. Blood splattered all over his body, and it dyed his black hair red. It was a ghastly sight, and he looked like a vengeful ghost that had walked out of purgatory. Zi Huaikong's soul wasn't destroyed, and he once again reformed his heavenly god body. However, his face had already become extremely pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered a great injury. Lin Tian's gaze fell on Zi Huaikong, and he walked over step by step. In his eyes, the 18 black moons seemed extremely terrifying, strange, mysterious, and terrifying. Zi Huaikong couldn't help but retreat. He wanted to flee again, but he discovered that the surrounding space had been directly sealed by the tangible power of destiny. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through. No, don't come over. When he saw Lin Tian walking towards him, he could feel the murderous intent and brutality radiating from Lin Tian's body. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The fear in his eyes grew even stronger. He pointed at the violet fairy on the altar and shouted, "You know that I am her father, her biological father. We are related by blood. You're friends with her, right? They are very good friends, right? So you can't kill me. Don't kill me." Lin Tian took a step forward. At this time, his body was completely filled with anger and killing intent. It was as if he was completely possessed. It was as if he couldn't hear anything from the outside world. There was only killing intent in his eyes. He stared at Zi Huaikong, and blood flowed out of his eyes again. The entire space in this place shook violently, and another river of fate appeared, pressing down on Zi Huaikong in a mighty manner. Buzz! The space shook. The river of fate didn't have a terrifying aura of destruction, and it was only vast and mixed within. It was as if the real sky was pressing down, and at the same time it completely froze the space in all directions. Zi Huaikong trembled. He wanted to flee, but at this moment, because the power of destiny had sealed the surroundings, he seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and his body couldn't move at all. In the next moment, the vast river of fate pressed down. It was capable of destroying everything, and it directly shattered half of his body and swallowed the other half of his body. Zi Huaikong let out a miserable cry. This time, the river of fate was even more terrifying than before. When it shattered half of his body, it destroyed half of his soul as well. "Stop! Don't kill me! Stop! Ah!" A horrified scream echoed, and in the next moment it became silent. The river of fate crushed through, shattering the last half of Zi Huaikong's body. His soul, body, and soul were all destroyed, and he completely disappeared from the world. In the distance, the 9 ancestors of the Fei clan trembled together. Zi Huaikong, who had absorbed the light of endless Fei source to reach the heavenly god realm, was so easily obliterated by Lin Tian. Lin Tian had actually summoned the power of destiny. How can he do such a thing? This. The 9 of them looked at Lin Tian, and their backs turned cold. Ah! A roar shook the sky, and the sky trembled. Lin Tian's aura became even more terrifying. His body was stained with blood, and he stared at the 9 elders of the Fei clan like a murderous demon. His face was ferocious, and he closed in on the 9 of them. Facing Lin Tian's actions, the 9 Fei clan old ancestors all trembled. With Lin Tian in this state, how could they possibly block him? They couldn't even communicate with him. This was because they could clearly see that Lin Tian didn't have much of a sense of self right now. Beneath the heavens, on the altar, the Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian's current state. Naturally, she could see that Lin Tian had fallen into a demonic state. She was both worried and uncomfortable. Tears streamed down her face, and she cried out towards the heavens, "Big brother!" Lin Tian stepped into the heavens, his face filled with malevolence. He closed in on the 9 Fei clan old ancestors, his eyes filled with killing intent. After hearing this voice, he couldn't help but stop. He looked in the direction of the voice, and his eyes fell on the Violet Fairy. His entire body was stained with blood. His cheeks and hair were dyed red with blood. His strange eyes reflected the Violet Fairy's tears. After 3 breaths of time, his body trembled. His eyes that were filled with killing intent and malevolence gradually began to shine with a clear light. "Little Violet," as he shouted out these 2 words, the clear light in his eyes became even thicker. "Cough!" He coughed up blood, and his vision blurred. With some difficulty, he looked at the Violet Fairy on the altar. Then he saw a violet moon lying beside her. As he looked at Ziyu, who was lying motionless on the ground, he trembled again. Then he tilted his head and looked at the divine altar in another part of the sky. His pupils trembled, and as blood flowed down, the divine altar exploded. The endless light of the fairy's origin that was left inside was wrapped in pure white power of destiny and went straight to his side. He grabbed this power and instantly appeared beside the Violet Fairy. Together with the power of destiny that wrapped around the Fey Source Light, he poured it into Violet Moon's body. This Fey Source Light was the source essence of countless Fey geniuses throughout the years. And most importantly, there was a massive amount of source light that originally belonged to Violet Moon. At this time, when Violet Moon's life source had just dried up, his eyes could see that with this vast amount of Fey source light that contained Violet Moon's own source strength, there was a great chance that it could reignite Violet Moon's Fey source. The endless Fey source light, wrapped in the power of destiny, poured into Violet Moon's body. The dense light shrouded Violet Moon, and after a dozen breaths of time, the light gradually dissipated. Chapter 1754. Purple Moon's chest began to rise and fall. The aura of life returned to her body, causing the 9 Fey old ancestors to be startled. She had clearly died during the ritual, but now she had come back to life. In these past years, the life essence of countless geniuses of my race has been swallowed by Zi Huaikong, but the majority has gone to her. The 9 Fey old ancestors whispered as they looked at Purple Moon on the altar. On the altar, the Violet Fairy was pleasantly surprised. Her tears continued to flow, but these were tears of joy. Purple Moon had come back to life. Lin Tian's entire body was stained with blood. As he saw Purple Moon's life aura recover, he relaxed. In the end, he had kept his promise to the Violet Fairy and protected Purple Moon's life. Cough! He couldn't help but cough up blood once more, while the Black Moon brand in his eyes vanished bit by bit, and the energy of karmic luck emanated from his body vanished along with it. His vision grew even more blurry, and then he fell to the ground with a bang and fainted. Big brother! The Violet Fairy was startled and anxious. Then she felt that although Lin Tian's life aura was weak, it was very stable. Only then did she feel relieved. Thank you, Lord Big Brother. She choked up and wiped away her tears. On this day, if it weren't for Lin Tian, Purple Moon would have died and she would have died. Lin Tian had fallen to the demonic path because of her. This made her feel uncomfortable and warm at the same time. She wrapped Lin Tian and Purple Moon in a divine halo and walked out of the Fey race. Shwa, shwa, shwa. There was the sound of breaking air as the 9 Fey old ancestors arrived in front of the Violet Fairy. Little Violet, where are you going? The Fey old ancestor asked, his tone gentle. Get out of my way. The Violet Fairy didn't have a good impression of these people, only hatred. The Fey old ancestor's face stiffened, but he didn't become angry. He opened his mouth and said, I know that because we sacrificed Purple Moon to our ancestors and because of what happened to you, you have a grudge against us. But our starting point was for the sake of the Fey race. We were only deceived by that bastard Zi Huaikong. He said, you are the clansman with the strongest Fey source in the history of my Fey race. In terms of Fey source alone, you might be stronger than our ancestors. Purple Moon's Fey source is also extremely astonishing. You sisters are the treasures of my Fey race, so stay here. This old man swears that I will satisfy all of your requests. As he spoke, the Fairy Grand Ancestor looked at the Violet Fairy with a face full of excitement. This was because the Violet Fairy had released her Fairy Source Radiance in order to save Violet Moon. It had shocked him. Such a Violet Fairy, as long as she continued to grow, would absolutely be able to step into the God-Emperor realm. This indicated that the Fey race would absolutely have another God-Emperor in the future. At that time, they would be able to look down upon the world with disdain. At the same time, although Ziyu wasn't as strong as the Violet Fairy, she had absorbed more than half of the fairy's light from the altar. It was a blessing in disguise. They weren't sure if she could become a celestial emperor in the future, but she could definitely become a celestial emperor. These 2 immortal seedlings and divine seedlings were the hope of the Fey race becoming more prosperous and powerful in the future. To the side, the other 8 Fey ancestors also nodded, their faces filled with eagerness as they looked at the Violet Fairy. I will not stay with the Fey, nor will I give my sister to you. From now on, we sisters are no longer Fey. Scram! Violet Fairy said coldly. The complexions of the 9 Fey old ancestors stiffened, and they all turned ugly. Violet Fairy, the blood of the Fey race flows in your body and in your sister's body. How can you say that you aren't Fey? Are you trying to commit treason and betray the race? The 2nd Fey ancestor said in a low voice, Treason and betrayal? Betrayal? Violet Fairy laughed angrily. You have always treated us as sacrifices to our ancestors, as tools. What is the difference between you and domesticated animals to be slaughtered? So what if I commit treason and betrayal to such a race? So what if I betray you? I won't have any psychological burden. The faces of the 9 Fey ancestors became even uglier. For a time, they couldn't find the words to refute. No matter what, you and your sister must stay. In life, you are a member of the Fey race. In death, you are a ghost of the Fey race. You must contribute to the Fey race. The Fey ancestor said in a low voice, "Don't even think about it. I will not contribute anything to this race, nor will I let my sister contribute anything to you." Violet Fairy naturally wasn't willing. "You will be willing." The fairy matriarch's voice became a little gloomy, and her eyes fell on Lin Tian, who was wrapped in the Violet Fairy's divine light. "If he can turn into a demon for you, I think the two of you must be very close. I will leave some special techniques on him to imprison him, in order to not let him suffer and to not let him die. You and Violet Moon will be obedient." Violet Fairy was immediately angry. "You dare!" "For the prosperity of my race, there is nothing that I dare not do." The Violet Fairy and Purple Moon's Fey source energies were far too strong. The Violet Fairy herself was extremely strong, and Purple Moon had absorbed most of the accumulated Fey source light within the altar. He would never allow these two people to leave the Fey race. He coldly said to someone beside him, "Third brother, suppress them together. Treat the Violet Fairy and Purple Moon well. As for that man, use my Fey race's secret techniques to suppress him and then imprison him. Keep her and Violet Moon in check." The three Fey ancestors nodded and stepped toward Violet Fairy. Violet Fairy was shocked and angry. She wrapped Lin Tian and Violet Moon in divine light and kept pushing them back. Right now, her cultivation was only at the half-step Immortal King realm. How could she possibly stop a true god-level powerhouse? She kept retreating, protecting Lin Tian and Violet Moon with all her might. The three Fey ancestors stepped forward and looked at Violet Fairy. They said coldly, "Violet Fairy, don't blame us. We are all doing this for the Fey race." His body was mixed with the Fey radiance as he walked toward Violet Fairy step by step. At this time, he didn't care about Lin Tian, who was intertwined with the power of destiny. This was because Lin Tian was now completely powerless and unconscious. In the blink of an eye, he was only 2 meters away from Violet Fairy. Then it was also at this time that his footsteps involuntarily stopped. His true god-level body began to tremble for no reason. A boundless fear suddenly enveloped his heart, making him unable to move. In front of him, beside Violet Fairy, a woman in white appeared silently. It was as if she had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. The entire world seemed to dim because of her appearance. Violet Fairy trembled, and then was pleasantly surprised. She couldn't help but cry again. She choked out, "Woo-ee!" Just now, she really thought that she couldn't protect Lin Tian and Violet Moon. But now, this woman appeared in front of her. She was completely relieved because she knew that no one could stop this person in front of her. Don't cry." Woo-ee glanced at Lin Tian, who was unconscious and covered in blood. She glanced at Violet Fairy and reached out to gently wipe away her tears. The three Fey ancestors trembled. There was clearly no terrifying aura around Wu-Yi's body. They couldn't even feel the fluctuations of divine power. But for some reason, fear rose in their hearts. At this time, the Fey ancestor also felt that Wu-Yi was not ordinary. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. Then, when he looked at Violet Fairy, he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you, miss? Why are you interfering in the internal affairs of the Fey race?" Wu-Yi wiped away Violet Fairy's tears. As if she hadn't heard the Fey ancestors' words, she said softly, "No one is allowed to bully Linger." A light breeze floated in this space. The Fey ancestor and the others trembled together. In the next moment, they all turned into dust and disappeared. Let's go back. Chapter 1755. Wu-Yi led Violet Fairy, Lin Tian, and Ziyu away from the Fey and appeared at Misty Peak in the 10-direction sky region. Violet Fairy's tears had been wiped away by Wu-Yi. She looked at Lin Tian and Ziyu. Although she knew that they were fine, she was still worried and sad. "Don't worry. Wu-Yi comforted her. Violet Fairy nodded and settled Lin Tian and Ziyu in a small wooden house on Misty Peak. She quietly guarded them. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, Ziyu's eyelids twitched and she woke up. Ziyu! Violet Fairy had been guarding beside her. When she saw Ziyu wake up, she was overjoyed. Ziyu's eyelids twitched as she looked at Violet Fairy. Because she had just woken up, her expression was still a little confused. Sister is here? It's okay. Violet Fairy smiled gently. Ziyu's eyelids twitched again and her eyes became clear. Her body trembled and she burst into tears. She hugged Violet Fairy and was happy and excited. Sister! Violet Fairy called her sister. This meant that she accepted her as a younger sister. Don't cry. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I won't do it again. Violet Fairy comforted her. In the future, you can stay here and live with me. Okay. Ziyu was naturally willing to live with Violet Fairy. She paused and said, Then father and the clan. She didn't know that Zi Huaikong had been killed by Lin Tian. Don't worry about him or the clan. In the future, they are them and we are us. Violet Fairy said. Towards Zi Huaikong, she only had hatred left, and towards the Fei clan, she only had disgust. After a while, we'll go and invite Mother's memorial tablet here. This is our home, she said softly to Ziyu. As she spoke, she shifted her gaze and looked at Lin Tian, who was beside her. The blood on Lin Tian's body had long been wiped away by her divine power, but after so many days, Ziyu had already woken up, but Lin Tian was still unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. Ziyu followed the Violet Fairy's gaze and saw Lin Tian lying on the ground. Lord Big Brother. She looked at Lin Tian and then at the Violet Fairy. Did Lord Big Brother get injured because of Ziyu? She still vaguely remembered some things. When she was lying on the Fei's altar, she saw Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy rush in. They were rushing towards the altar, as if they wanted to take her away. And now, she was still alive and living in the Misty Peak. Naturally, one could guess that it was Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy who pulled her down from the altar and brought her back here to save her life. It's fine. The Violet Fairy's gaze fell upon Lin Tian. He is very strong, very strong. Nothing will happen to him. She seemed to be comforting Ziyu, but it was more like she was comforting herself. Yes, Ziyu nodded. Together with the Violet Fairy, they quietly stood guard. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Lin Tian was still unconscious and had not woken up. His consciousness had already awakened, but it was stuck in his body, enveloped by boundless darkness. Roar! Roar! In this endless darkness, his consciousness transformed into a body and moved forward. His ears were filled with the roars of millions of gods and demons. He moved forward in a daze. Then, after an unknown amount of time, the endless darkness disappeared, and his surroundings turned into a grassland. There were many fist-sized, gray stones on the grassland. Flocks of sheep were running on the grassland, occasionally making bleating sounds. The next moment, he unknowingly appeared in the middle of the flock of sheep. The flock of sheep surrounded him and bleated, as if asking for grass to eat. He was puzzled and confused. Then he trembled slightly and suddenly looked into the distance. There, 2 blurry figures stood together. Although he could not see their faces clearly, he could feel that they were a man and a woman. They stood in the distance and smiled at him, making him feel very close. Who are they? He could not see the 2 clearly, but he could feel that they were very familiar, as if they were very important to him. He immediately stepped toward them. However, no matter how he moved, the distance between him and the 2 people did not shorten. Instead, it grew longer and longer. After an unknown amount of time, the 2 figures in front of him gradually disappeared. His surroundings were once again enveloped by endless darkness, completely enveloping him within. Then, in the next moment, his consciousness completely returned to his body. His body, in reality, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. "Brother!" A surprised and excited voice rang out, bringing with it a faint fragrance. A figure directly pounced on him. It was the Violet Fairy. After such a long time, Lin Tian had finally woken up. She was very happy. Lin Tian looked at the Violet Fairy hugging him. "Little Violet." When he woke up 3 months later, his voice was a little weak. "Yes," the Violet Fairy replied. At this time, she could not help but cry again. Thank you, Lord Brother." 3 months ago, Lin Tian had become obsessed because of her and saved the life of her only sister. However, at that time, Lin Tian was covered in blood, filled with madness and fierceness. Blood flowed from his eyes, dyeing half of his face red. It made her feel terrible and distressed. "It's okay." Lin Tian smiled. Naturally, he could feel what the Violet Fairy was thinking. "Lord Brother, you're finally awake." Another voice rang out beside him. The violet moon had been beside him all this time. At this time, seeing Lin Tian wake up, she was naturally very happy. The violet moon. Lin Tian looked at the living violet moon and smiled. He was not surprised because he still remembered that he had saved the violet moon's life before he passed out. After waking up more than 3 months later, he was still a little weak at first, but he quickly recovered and walked out with the Violet Fairy and the violet moon. "Brother Lin, you're really awake." As soon as he, the Violet Fairy, and the violet moon walked out of the room, they saw AI. AI said, "Master has finished brewing tea. He asked me to call you all to drink tea." Lin Tian naturally already knew that this place was Misty Peak. At this time, when he heard AI's words, he could not help but be slightly moved. Did Wu Yi calculate that he would wake up at this time? He started brewing tea early in the morning and just finished brewing tea at this time when he woke up. "In these 3 months, Wu Yi came to see you 7 times, the Violet Fairy said. Because Lin Tian woke up and was fine, she had returned to her usual self. She smiled at Lin Tiandao and said, "Actually, in these 3 months, you were clearly not in any danger, but you were able to make Wu Yi come to see you 7 times. You should feel proud, Lord Brother. This is an honor." Lin Tian blushed with shame and nodded repeatedly. "I am proud, I am honored." In fact, he wanted to say that he and Wu Yi had lived under the same roof for more than 300 years. Compared to this, 7 times in 3 months was really nothing. Chapter 1756. In the same small courtyard on Misty Peak, Lin Tian, Violet Fairy, Ziyu, AI, and Wu Yi sat around a small wooden table. Wu Yi was as calm as ever, pouring tea for Lin Tian and the others. "Thank you." Lin Tian smiled. Wu Yi shook his head and said nothing. The group gathered around this place and chatted about many trivial things, but the atmosphere was very good. Laughter could be heard from time to time. Lin Tian held the teacup and gradually became a little dazed. He thought of the 2 figures that he saw in his mind as if he was in a dream. He didn't know why those 2 figures appeared in his mind. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but he couldn't help but care about them. "What's wrong, brother?" Violet Fairy's voice sounded beside him. At the same time, Wu Yi and Shue, Ziyu, and AI also looked at him. Lin Tian came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. Nothing. Violet Fairy was a little suspicious, but she didn't continue to ask. The fragrance of tea floated in the air. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was already noon. Lin Tian bid farewell to Wu Yi, Violet Fairy, and the others, and then left Misty Peak. Because Ziyu was rescued and Violet Fairy was safe, he had nothing to worry about. At this time, he had to return to the Immortal Court and find Yenya, to calculate the whereabouts of Fanning Xiong and the Black Dragon. These 2 guys went out to train hundreds of years ago and disappeared without a trace. He was more or less concerned about them. As for Shue, he continued to stay in Misty Peak. He wanted to stay where Wu Yi lived. Whoosh! After leaving Misty Peak, he casually took a step. With a shocking sound of breaking through the air, he crossed a distance in an instant. He was surprised for a moment. This speed was many times faster than before. Immediately, he scanned his body with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. At this time, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm. Is it because of those eyes from before? He muttered to himself. He remembered a bit about how he had temporarily lost himself in the Fae's forbidden land, especially those eyes. This was because when he had regained his sense of self, those eyes hadn't immediately disappeared. He had relied on the strength of those eyes to rescue Ziyu. With a sliver of doubt, he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra and tried to summon the eyes again. However, he could not do it. No matter how hard he tried, he could not summon the eyes again. Is this the reaction of Qigong deviation? He muttered to himself, then shook his head. No, it's not like that. That pair of eyes clearly contained a very special power. It was definitely not a simple reaction to being possessed by the devil. He stood in the void and pondered for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it, because no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Then he walked towards the celestial court again. It didn't take long for him to return. After returning, he first said goodbye to Ji Yu and the others. Then he went to find Yenya, or had now come out of seclusion. After Lin Tiandao told her why he had come, she immediately nodded and performed the divine divination technique. A little bit of Tao light naturally intertwined around her. Then dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Yenya stopped and said, "The Black Dragon is in a secret realm. He has obtained a great fortune and is refining it." Then she frowned. "Fan Ingxiong, what's wrong with Ingxiong?" Lin Tian asked. Seeing Yenya, like this, he had a bad feeling for a moment. Yenya said, "There's a very strange and powerful force surrounding his body that is interfering with my divination. However, it doesn't seem to be his own force. It seems to be some kind of powerful barrier. Moreover, his aura is very weak, and his position hasn't changed. It seems..." She frowned and continued, "It seems that he is imprisoned somewhere." Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. Fan Ingxiong was imprisoned. "Can you deduce the specific coordinates?" he asked. "Yes." Yenya nodded. A little bit of Tao light intertwined. After dozens of breaths passed, she told Lin Tian Fan Ingxiong's current coordinates. Lin Tian's expression changed again. The coordinates that Yenya had calculated were actually within the Lord Theological Seminary. Fan Ingxiong was imprisoned in the Lord Theological Seminary. "I know you I'll go there immediately," he said to Yenya Then he immediately left this place. He found Ji Yu and the others and told them about this matter. Then he prepared to leave for the mystic realm. What? Hero was imprisoned? Which bastard did this? Ling Yin had returned to the celestial court more than a month ago. After learning about this matter, he was furious. He, Baiziki, Yangqi, Fan Ingxiong, and the others had built the celestial court together with Lin Tian. They were the best of friends. Now Fan Ingxiong was imprisoned. "Kill them," Wuxing Crocodile said through gritted teeth. Lin Tian nodded. Baiziki and Yangqi happened to return to the celestial court. He said goodbye to Jiyu, Lin Shi, and the others. Then he left the celestial court with little Tai Chu, Wuxing Crocodile, White Tiger, Yangqi, Baiziki, and Ling Yin. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the starry sky. Then they tore open the passage to the mystic realm and stepped into the mystic realm. There were many immortal mountains in the mystic realm. The immortal spiritual qi was abundant. Lin Tian tore open the space portal in the mystic realm. Soon he arrived outside the Lord Theological Seminary. He directly stepped into the imperial courtyard and walked toward an immortal courtyard in the southeast corner of the imperial courtyard. It's that vicious Lin. I haven't seen him for a few days. Why do I feel that he has become stronger? That little beast beside him is simply terrifying. There were many cultivators going back and forth in the Lord Theological Seminary. They were all young talents and geniuses. However, when they saw Lin Tian at this time, they couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Firstly, Lin Tian had killed 2 young Supremes on the ranking of 100 Immortals. It was too shocking. Secondly, the little Taichu beside Lin Tian was too terrifying. It could easily kill a peak Immortal King expert. With such a heaven-defying little beast beside Lin Tian, these cultivators were even more afraid of Lin Tian. Speaking of which, what is he going to do with this group of people? I don't know. However, the direction they are going seems to be the residence of Elder Lu of the Imperial Courtyard. It is said that Elder is not only very strong, but also very good at refining medicine. It seems that he has been in seclusion for the past few years to study medicine refining. He doesn't like outsiders to get close to him. Are they going to visit that elder? Nonsense. Look at his cold face. Does he look like he is going to visit someone? Many people looked at Lin Tianyi and his group and whispered to each other. Lin Tian heard these people's voices, but he didn't care. Soon he arrived at the Immortal Courtyard in the southeast of the Imperial Courtyard with Ling Yun, Yang Qi, and Baiziki. According to Yenya Er's calculation, Fan Xiong was imprisoned in this Immortal Courtyard in the Lord Theological Seminary. Who are you? Leave. This is not a place you can come to. Chapter 1757. Leave. The middle-aged man's tone was extremely cold, extremely forceful. Lin Tian didn't say anything else, directly walking forward. This is the residence of an elder. Those who trespass can be directly executed. The middle-aged man said coldly, directly raising his hand to grab Lin Tian. He didn't know that Lin Tian had a heaven-defying little beast at his side, nor did he know that Lin Tian's own strength was incomparably great. In an instant, with rumbling sounds, blazing immortal light surged, suppressing the void in all directions, directly descending on Lin Tian's head, moreover enveloping Baiziki and the others at Lin Tian's side as well. Get lost! Lin Tian's voice was ice-cold, only this word. A wave of boundless power surged from his body, shattering the middle-aged man's large hand with a pu sound. The middle-aged man was immediately horrified, staggering backwards. He found this hard to believe. This person before his eyes only used a single word, just his aura, to shatter the large Immortal King hand he reached out with. Lin Tian didn't say anything to this person at all, directly taking a step forward. Another wave of boundless power surged from his body. With a pung sound, the middle-aged man was sent flying, at the same time shattering the main entrance of this immortal academy. Previously, when they saw Lin Tianyi's group walk towards this immortal academy of the Lord Theological Seminary, many of the Imperial Academy's disciples felt curious, quite a few of them following them. Then, when they saw this scene, every single one of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. A while ago, when Lin Tian had just entered the Lord Theological Seminary, his cultivation level was merely at the Heaven Immortal level, completely powerless when facing Immortal King experts. However, now, when facing a mid-stage Immortal King expert, just a single word was enough to seriously injure the other party. This kind of improvement was just too terrifying. These Imperial Academy's disciples couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. At the same time, what caused the hearts of these Imperial Courtyard disciples to tremble even more was that Lin Tian had actually destroyed the main entrance of the Elder's residence. That was simply too audacious. By doing this, the master of this Elder Immortal Academy could completely directly kill Lin Tian in the Lord Theological Seminary. Moreover, the other higher levels of the Imperial Academy wouldn't care at all, because this was Lin Tian first defending the dignity of an Imperial Academy elder. Too bold, right? Why is he doing this? All the Imperial Courtyard disciples were both surprised and bewildered, and they were completely unable to figure out why Lin Tian would do such a thing. Lin Tian didn't pay these imperial courtyard disciples any attention, directly entering Immortal Academy, together with Baiziki and the others, following the coordinates, Yenya, are calculated, heading towards this Immortal Academy's northern corner. This Immortal Academy was very large, but apart from the main entrance that was guarded by a middle-aged Immortal King, there was no one else inside the Immortal Academy. The group easily arrived at the northern corner of this Immortal Academy. When they arrived here, the aura in the void became somewhat oppressive, and there was a faint wave of divine might interweaving in the air. There are restrictions, and they are very powerful. Ling Yun frowned. Lin Tian naturally sensed it, and his powerful Immortal King divine sense swept out, instantly causing mysterious Tao patterns to appear one after another in the air, exuding faint waves of divine might. Tao patterns of true divinity level. Yang Qi frowned. It is rumored that the Lord Theological Seminary has many elders, and even the weakest is at the level of true divinity. It is indeed so. The White Tiger said. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and opened his divine eye of illusion breaker. He activated the Heavenly One Soul art, and his hands gradually formed various seals. With a sudden shake, he directly shattered the formation patterns here. He didn't say anything, and called Baiziki and the others to continue forward together, heading towards the coordinates Yenya, or calculated. In another corner of the Immortal Academy, in a sealed pavilion, divine flames interweaved. A gray-robed elder held a small vessel in his hand, which was filled with bright red blood water, and was pouring it into a medicine furnace. Then, at this moment, the elder's expression changed, and a hint of surprise and coldness flashed in his eyes. He directly disappeared from the pavilion, and a wave of killing intent interweaved in the air. In the Immortal Academy's north corner, Lin Tian broke through the restrictions and quickly led Baiziki and the others to the depths of the north corner. There was a row of rooms in front of them, and there were many ancient trees outside the rooms. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the last room, and the coordinates, Yenya, or calculated, were there. He called Baiziki and the others, and soon they arrived outside the room, but they were blocked by a barrier even stronger than the one before. His delusion breaker divine eye was still open, and with his mid-stage Immortal King cultivation and the Heavenly One Soul art, he quickly broke through the barrier. He kicked the door open and rushed in with Baiziki and the others. The room's decorations were simple, and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Looking in the direction of the smell, they saw a slightly thin man with his limbs and chest pierced through by iron chains, and he was imprisoned on the wall in the depths of the room. His entire body was dyed red with blood, and the places where the iron chains pierced through had even rotted, emitting a foul smell. Lin Tian and the others immediately trembled. Although this man was very thin, his appearance didn't change. He was the simple and honest man who founded the Immortal Court with them, Fan Yingxiong with the barbarian king physique. Yingxiong. Lin Tian strode over with a single step. Ling Yin, Baiziki, and the others also stepped over and came to the side of Fan Yingxiong, who was nailed to the wall. Lin Tian grabbed the iron chains that pierced through Fan Yingxiong's limbs and chest and directly shattered them. Then he immediately used the nirvana of the sun to heal Fan Yingxiong's injuries. Looking at Fan Yingxiong's current state, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, and his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. This simple and honest old friend of his used to be very burly with the barbarian king physique, but now he was almost unrecognizable after being tortured to this state. F***CK. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with anger. Baiziki, Yang Qi, and Wuxing Crocodile also had cold looks in their eyes. They were furious that a friend from the same hometown was treated like this. Lin Tian used the nirvana of the sun to heal Fan Yingxiong, and his mid-stage Immortal King cultivation was pushed to the limit, causing Fan Yingxiong's injuries to recover rapidly. It was also at this time that Fan Yingxiong opened his eyes in a daze, and after a pause his turbid eyes became a little glossy. Lin Tian. Then he saw Ling Yun and the others. You guys, his injuries were very serious, and he didn't know how long he had been tortured. Now he was very weak, and his voice was completely hoarse. After spitting out a few words, it was difficult for him to speak again, and there was even blood gushing out of his mouth. Don't talk, Yingxiong. Let's talk after your injuries are healed. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said. As he spoke, an even more shocking divine radiance appeared from his body, and the nirvana of the sun circulated even faster, and an even more shocking healing light enveloped Fan Yingxiong. There's no need to talk, you won't have the chance. A cold voice sounded, and outside the door, an old man in a gray robe appeared. He looked at Lin Tian, and then at Ling Yun and the others. All of you will be buried here. Chapter 1758. The gray-robed elder was the master of this immortal academy, his name Lu Shirtao. Previously, when Lin Tian broke through the northern corner's first restriction, he already sensed something, knowing that someone had intruded. He immediately left the medicine refinement room he was in, heading towards this direction, hurrying over at this time. The 10 directions space has been sealed. No one outside will be able to sense anything that happens here. None of you can live. He said coldly. This place hid a big secret of his, which was the imprisoned Fan Yingxiong. He met Fan Yingxiong by chance a few years ago. After discovering that Fan Yingxiong had the barbarian king physique, he immediately suppressed him and imprisoned him in this place. He used Fan Yingxiong's barbarian king blood to research pills. He definitely couldn't let others find out about this. Lin Tian looked at this person coldly. He stood up and said to Ling Yin, Baiziki, and the others, You guys helped treating Xiong's injuries. I'll kill him. In the process of treating Fan Yingxiong's injuries with the Sun Nirvana technique, he looked into Fan Yingxiong's sea of consciousness and found out everything. Fan Yingxiong had been imprisoned here for a full 7 years. During these 7 years, this Lu Shirtao would extract Fan Yingxiong's blood essence every few days to refine pills. He had tortured Fan Yingxiong for a full 7 years. He stepped forward, approaching Lu Shirtao step by step. Lu Shirtao had his hands behind his back. He looked at Lin Tian walking towards him and smiled coldly. Kill me? Who do you think you are to say such words? He saw that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, but he was already at the mid-stage of the True God realm. How big was the gap between their cultivation? Lin Tian actually said that he wanted to kill him. This really made him feel that it was very funny. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His eyes were cold as he pressed towards the other party. Then his speed suddenly increased, and he appeared in front of the other party in an instant. Lu Shirtao was shocked. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and couldn't help but take a step back. You, Dom! Lin Tian directly waved his fist. With a fierce fist power, he shattered the void with just one punch. The front of the room was immediately shattered. This kind of physical strength moved Lu Shirtao again. He hurriedly took out his fist and collided with Lin Tian's fist. In the next moment, the two fists collided and directly shattered the surrounding space. Lu Shirtao took several steps back. The fist that collided with Lin Tian's was trembling slightly. Your speed is very fast, and your physique is also very shocking. No wonder you dare to say that you want to kill me. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Then a cold light flashed across his eyes. However, your physique is so amazing. You can let me try to deduce the barbarian king pill. As he spoke, a brilliant light flashed in his hand, and a pill intertwined with a faint, blood-red brilliance appeared in his hand. He swallowed it, and his body immediately shook, and there was an amazing feeling of power intertwined with each other, refining with the barbarian king's blood essence and other precious materials. This is the result I have achieved over the years. It can increase the strength of one's physique by more than 3 times in an instant. You are the first person to test its power. As he spoke, he directly raised his hand and slapped Lin Tian. In an instant, his powerful physical strength shattered the surrounding space. His pure physique was several times stronger than before. Son of AB****, Ling Yin and the others were furious. This person actually used the barbarian king's blood essence of their old friend to refine a pill. Lin Tian's eyes became even colder. He took a step forward and clenched his fist even tighter. He activated all the physique strength of an intermediate immortal king and threw a punch forward. With this punch, the entire sky trembled. The surrounding space shook violently. There were even strands of lightning arcs intertwined at the tip of his fist. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shirtao's big hand was instantly shattered. You! Lu Shirtao retreated, and his expression changed again. He had taken the barbarian king pill that he refined with the barbarian king's blood essence. His physical body was 3 times stronger, and his cultivation level was at the true immortal realm. Even so, he was still no match for Lin Tian. His arm was shattered by Lin Tian's punch. This cultivation level, this physical body, it is not inferior to the barbarian king body. No, it is even stronger than the barbarian king body. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian, and his eyes were much more sinister. You stay here with him as well. You will be my material for refining pills. Boom! Divine power surged. He directly released the divine power of a true immortal, suppressing all directions. It was as if a galaxy had begun to surge. Lin Tian took a step forward. His eyes were cold. He immediately held up the reincarnation map. Boom! As soon as the reincarnation map was released, the mighty and terrifying aura of a true immortal suppressed everything. The two collided in the blink of an eye. Then there was a sizzling sound. The divine power that Lu Shirtao released was immediately crushed. Then, the reincarnation map's momentum did not decrease. It directly fell on Lu Shirtao's body. Uft! Blood splattered everywhere, floating in the air. Lu Shirtao was directly sent flying. His physical body almost exploded on the spot. Stabilizing his body, he looked at Lin Tian again. This Imperial Academy elder who was about to reach mid-stage true god could not help but tremble violently. His expression changed drastically. He had already released his divine power. It was no longer a battle of physical strength. However, he was still injured by Lin Tian's attack. How could you? He could not believe it. He and Lin Tian were almost a full realm apart in cultivation level. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian could actually injure him continuously. Even Ling Yin and the others were moved. Although they knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, seeing Lin Tian suppress Lu Shirtao, who was about to reach mid-stage true god, they still could not help but be shocked. Good. Kid, quickly kill him. Whooshing Crocodile said through gritted teeth. Lin Tian naturally would not stop. The reincarnation map was released again. It directly pressed down on the other party, suppressing the void in all directions. Lu Shirtao's heart palpitated. He gritted his teeth and released his divine Dao Law. It attacked Lin Tian's reincarnation map. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The nameless Dao Law was supported by the Nature Immortal Dao and the Lightning Vortex Immortal Dao. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the reincarnation map, forming the strongest Immortal Dao reincarnation map. Once the Immortal Dao reincarnation map was released, it instantly suppressed Lu Shirtao's divine Dao Law and shattered it. Only his divine soul was preserved and was not crushed by the Immortal Dao reincarnation map. He looked at Lin Tian in shock, as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. He formed the Immortal Dao reincarnation map again and pressed down on the other party majestically. Lu Shirtao quickly reformed his physical body and released his strongest attack. However, he was still sent flying. His body became tattered in the blink of an eye. Even his divine soul was injured because of this. Lin Tian stepped forward with icy killing intent. He pressed forward again. Chapter 1759. At this time, Lu Shirtao truly felt fear, truly frightened by the strength Lin Tian displayed. He had heard that there were a few individuals in the top 10 of the 100 Immortals ranking who could kill true deities at the Immortal King realm. But those individuals, according to what he knew, were all half-step true deities. However, Lin Tian was only at the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, already making him feel a sense of death. This left him inwardly horrified, no longer daring to face Lin Tian head-on. So, his speed was extremely fast, crossing extremely far in an instant. Lin Tian's expression was ice-cold, directly chasing after him, killing intent, intimidating. Back then, when he was still at the early stage of the Immortal King realm, he could already kill early-stage true deity cultivators. Now, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, so when facing someone who was about to reach the mid-stage of true deity, he naturally could kill him as well. With a schwa sound, he crossed extremely far with a single step. Raising his hand, he immediately released a fist. Boom! A rumbling noise sounded, the great void directly collapsing. His old friend was tormented for 7 years, treated as a pill refinement material. This left him furious beyond belief. Lu Shirtao backed up, avoiding this fist, but he couldn't completely avoid Lin Tian's fist power. A strand of fist power landed on his body, directly blasting him until he coughed out blood and flew outwards. This made this true deity-level expert even more horrified, immediately fleeing with even greater speed towards Immortal Academy's outskirts. Lin Tian took a step forward. The reincarnation diagram of the monarch region rose up once again, interweaving with a divine and incomparably vast aura, crushing towards this person in a grandiose manner, shattering the boundless great void. Pum! Lu Shirtao was blasted flying, blood spurting out from his mouth, his true deity body becoming tattered. However, he didn't dare stay here in the slightest, continuing to flee towards Immortal Academy's outskirts. Lin Tian's eyes were ice-cold, carrying killing intent as he chased after him. Huh! 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 Astonishing divine might surged. One fled and defended, the other attacked and chased. In the blink of an eye, they left Immortal Academy. Outside Immortal Academy, there weren't many Imperial Academy disciples, but there weren't few either. They were all gathered here because Lin Tian attacked the elders' residence with chilling intent. When they saw this scene, all of them were horrified. This, the group of Imperial Courtyard disciples trembled in fear. An elder of the Lord Theological Seminary was being hunted down by Lin Tian, an Imperial Courtyard disciple. This was the first time something like this had happened since the founding of the Lord Theological Seminary. After that, these people were once again shocked by Lin Tian's strength. There were many elders in the Imperial Academy, and Lu Shirtao was not considered the strongest among them. However, he was about to step into the intermediate true God realm. But now he was being hunted down by Lin Tian, who was at the Celestial King realm. In that case, how terrifying was Lin Tian's combat strength? This is enough to compare with those few young supremes in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 immortals. These people were shocked. Lin Tian didn't care about the shock and discussion of these people at all. He chased after Lu Shirtao with the duality steps and closed the distance between him and Lu Shirtao in an instant. Then he threw another punch. With a bang, accompanied by the collapse of the void, Lu Shirtao was sent flying again. Half of his body was directly smashed into pieces. He was shocked and furious. He quickly reformed his physical body and fled into the distance. At the same time, he continued to flee into the distance. At the same time, his expression was very ugly. This was because he was a dignified elder of the Imperial Academy with the cultivation of the true God realm. Now he was being hunted down by a celestial king. Moreover, he was being watched by a group of imperial courtyard disciples. It was simply humiliating. Whoosh! He gritted his teeth and rushed into the distance, even faster. However, Lin Tian was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with him and threw another punch. This punch landed firmly on the other party's back, shattering this person's physical body. Damn it! This person was shocked and furious. His divine soul was not destroyed. He quickly reformed his physical body and fled again. Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly chased after him. He now had the strength to kill an early-stage, true god realm cultivator. But a true god was a true god after all. It was naturally not easy for him to kill the other party. Buzz! The space between his brows shone, and the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon was activated. It evolved into a black and white lotus sword that slashed straight at the other party. Lu Shirtao could clearly sense that this lotus sword was not ordinary. He dodged with extreme speed and continued to flee into the distance. However, Lin Tian caught up with him at this moment. He raised his hand and threw another heavy punch. Uft! Once again, Lu Shirtao was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, a true god was not easy to kill. Lu Shirtao repaired his physical body in the blink of an eye and fled again. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't let him go. He chased after him all the way. Gradually, the two of them were seen by more and more imperial courtyard disciples, one fleeing and the other chasing in the imperial courtyard, causing everyone to be shocked. An imperial courtyard disciple was actually chasing after an imperial courtyard elder in the imperial courtyard. It's that Lin Tian again. Previously, he was helpless against a peak immortal king, but now he can actually chase after a true god powerhouse. The imperial courtyard disciples were all shocked. Lin Tian didn't care at all. He only chased after Lu Shirtao. Lu Shirtao naturally ran with all his might. He didn't dare to stop at all. Elder Lu, this is? In front of him, another imperial courtyard elder who had a good relationship with Lu Shirtao appeared. He was shocked when he saw this scene. Elder Nya, I'll tell you later. Help me first. Lu Shirtao looked at Elder Nya in front of him and said anxiously. Elder Nya nodded. His strength was similar to Lu Shirtao's. He took a step forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. He said, coldly, as a disciple of the imperial courtyard, how dare you attack an imperial courtyard elder? How dare you? Get lost. Lin Tian's cold voice carried a majestic aura. He interrupted the elder's words and sent him flying with a bang. Then he continued to attack Lu Shirtao. Lu Shirtao was shocked and fled even faster. At the same time, he used all kinds of secret techniques to stop Lin Tian from chasing after him. However, it was useless. Lin Tian activated the reincarnation diagram, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Shirtao again. Boom! He threw out a punch that carried the sound of thunder and the power of the 5 heavenly lightning technique. With a puff, Lu Shirtao was smashed into pieces. However, Lu Shirtao's divine soul was still intact, and he escaped again. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He continued to chase after Lu Shirtao with boundless killing intent. Stop! A cold voice sounded. A green-robed elder appeared in front of Lu Shirtao. His divine aura was much stronger than Lu Shirtao's. 9th Elder. Many of the imperial courtyard's disciples in the surroundings were astonished. 9th Elder. Lu Shirtao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the person in front of him. There were more than 100 elders in the imperial courtyard. In the past, the 10th Elder was the strongest, and all of them were half-step heavenly gods. Lin Tian could feel the strength of this person. He paused for a moment before he rushed forward again. His gaze fell on Lu Shirtao, and he didn't hide his killing intent at all. Facing the half-step heavenly god realm 9th Elder's warning, he didn't do anything. The surrounding imperial courtyard disciples were shocked. Chapter 1760. Seeing that Lin Tian still dared to attack Lu Shirtao with killing intent, even after the half-step heavenly god realm ninth elder had appeared. The imperial courtyard's disciples felt their hearts palpitating. Wasn't this a little too audacious? How dare you? The ninth elder's face darkened. As a disciple of the imperial courtyard, how dare Lin Tian chase after an elder of the imperial courtyard? Now that he had stepped forward, Lin Tian still did not restrain his killing intent. He was too brazen and insolent. Lu Shirtao stood behind the ninth elder and pointed at Lin Tiandao. Ninth elder, he's too presumptuous. We can't let him go. The ninth elder nodded and made his move, grabbing at Lin Tian. Boundless half-step heavenly god's aura intertwined, sealing the surroundings. An imperial courtyard's disciple dared to attack an elder of the imperial courtyard. This was a grave offense. Lin Tian's body trembled as he sensed the terrifying aura of death. After all, his opponent's cultivation was much higher than his own. Even so, he still did not retreat. Boom! The sky was filled with thunderous roars. At this moment, he directly activated the 5 lightning divine domain, which completely covered an area with a radius of 1,000 feet. In an instant, purple lightning flashed and rumbled. He actually attacked. He's really not going to retreat. What happened between him and Elder Lu? How? How could he ignore the imperial courtyard's rules? Even after the half-step heavenly god realm ninth elder stepped forward, he still wants to attack Elder Lu. He dares to act like this in front of a half-step heavenly god. Isn't he courting death? How could he kill Elder Lu, who is standing behind the ninth elder? There's no way he can get past the ninth elder. In the surroundings, the imperial courtyard disciples could not help but shake their heads. They felt that even though Lin Tian's injuries were boundless, he was still a little brainless and did not understand the current situation. The ninth elder's face darkened, and his hand became even more terrifying and intimidating. An imperial courtyard's disciple dared to ignore the ninth elder's obstruction. This was the first time this had happened. Behind the ninth elder, Lu Shirtao sneered. He felt that Lin Tian was dead for sure. There was no way he could stop the ninth elder, who was a half-step heavenly god. Rumble. Thunder rumbled as purple lightning bolts descended from the heavens. The ninth elder's large hand directly pressed down on Lin Tian's head. The might of a half-step heavenly god shook the hearts and souls of people, causing the surrounding space to tremble. However, at the instant when the large hand imprint was about to land on Lin Tian's head, with a swish, Lin Tian disappeared from where he stood. In the next instant, Lu Shirtao's expression changed. Lin Tian suddenly appeared behind him. It was as if he had teleported, directly dodging the ninth elder's attack. He was shocked. "You die!" His cold voice reverberated. Lin Tian spat out this single word and directly punched towards this person. This punch contained the core force of all kinds of wondrous techniques. This was a punch he unleashed with all his strength. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a miserable scream. Lu Shirtao was smashed into pieces by this punch. Even his soul was shattered. For a moment, all the imperial courtyard's disciples trembled. In an instant, he went past the ninth elder and killed Elder Lu. How did he do it? These imperial courtyard's disciples didn't see how Lin Tian moved, suddenly appearing beside Lu Shirtao, who was behind the ninth elder. Every one of them was bewildered. At the same time, these people were also shocked by Lin Tian's strength and courage. He actually killed the true god realm Lu Shirtao with his mid-stage immortal king cultivation base, and killed an imperial courtyard's elder in front of the ninth elder, who was a half-step heavenly god. This was definitely the first time in the history of the Lord Theological Seminary. The ninth elder's expression became incomparably gloomy. A mere mid-stage immortal king cultivator actually dared to attack him, a half-step heavenly god, and killed an imperial courtyard's elder who was behind him. Moreover, this was witnessed by all the imperial courtyard's disciples. This made him feel embarrassed. Die. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes became extremely cold. He directly formed a dazzling light sword, which was mixed with the might of a half-step heavenly god, and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. Previously, he had used the divine domain of 5 lightning to teleport instantly and appeared behind Lu Shirtao to kill him. But now, the 9th Elder's sword was obviously many times more terrifying than the palm from before. He couldn't even use the divine domain of 5 lightning to teleport horizontally. The surrounding void was completely confined, and even his divine energy was not flowing smoothly. In the blink of an eye, the killing light sword arrived in front of him. "Stop!" At that moment, a calm voice rang out. A white-haired old man appeared in the sky, causing the 9th Elder, who was about to attack, to stop. "Old Ge." Seeing this old man, the 9th Elder's expression changed slightly, and he bowed, respectfully. Seeing this white-haired old man, Lin Tian naturally recognized him. It was the old man who had invited him to join the Lord Theological Seminary. Moreover, the old man had saved his life back then. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior." At the same time, he was slightly moved because, from the attitude of the 9th Elder, who was a half-step heavenly god, this white-haired old man seemed to have a high status in the Lord Theological Seminary. "What's going on?" the white-haired old man asked. The 9th Elder immediately pointed at Lin Tian and said, "Reporting to Old Ge, this young man is extremely daring. He relied on his strength to kill an elder of our imperial courtyard. This old man is about to execute him." The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Tian and said simply, "Reason." He was the one who had invited Lin Tian to join the imperial courtyard. He had some understanding of Lin Tian and felt that Lin Tian wouldn't kill someone for no reason. Lin Tian faced this old man. This old man had secretly helped him before, so he was extremely respectful towards him. Reporting to Senior, Lu Shirtao suppressed an old friend of Junior's in the imperial courtyard, using Junior's friend's essence blood to refine pills. This has already been going on for many years, which is why Junior decided to kill him. As soon as these words came out, the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked. That Lu Shirtao actually did such a thing. Nonsense. How could an elder of our Lord Theological Seminary do such a thing? Do you think you can avoid punishment by making up such a story? The 9th Elder said coldly. He didn't believe Lin Tian's words at all. He felt that Lin Tian was making up such a story to avoid punishment. At the same time, he didn't admit to such a thing from the bottom of his heart. This was because the 100 ordinary elders of the Lord Theological Seminary were managed by the top 10 elders. If such a thing really happened, it would greatly affect the reputation of the imperial courtyard. At that time, he and the other 9 elders who were in charge of these ordinary elders would be punished by the imperial courtyard's higher-ups. Chapter 1761. The middle-aged man in Ling Yan's hand was the immortal king who was guarding the entrance of the Lu Shirtao Immortal Academy. After Lin Tian sent him flying, he saved Fanning Xiong and chased after Lu Shirtao. After stabilizing his injuries, he happened to see Ling Yin and the others coming out with Fanning Xiong. When he saw that Lin Tian was not with them, he immediately attacked them. He wanted to capture Fanning Xiong and suppress Ling Yin and the others to threaten Lin Tian. However, the ending was naturally very tragic. In the group, although Lin Tian went to chase after Lu Shirtao, the little Taichu was still there. He was directly suppressed and suffered a beating from Ling Yin and Wuxing Crocodile. Senior, you can search his sea of consciousness. This proves that Junior's words are true. Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man in Ling Yan's hand and said to the white-haired elder, Ling Yin threw the middle-aged man out at the right time, and he landed on the ground with a bang. Ge, Elder Ge. Aye. As Lu Shirtao's trusted aide, the middle-aged man had stayed in the Lord Theological Seminary for many years. He naturally recognized the white-haired elder and knew how strong he was. The white-haired elder did not say anything. He looked at the middle-aged man and directly sent a strand of divine sense into his sea of consciousness. Then he withdrew. The middle-aged man trembled even more. Elder Ga-I-Pu. Before he could finish his words, he directly exploded. Then, not even a drop of blood was left. His entire body and soul were destroyed. Such a scene caused the expressions of all the imperial courtyard disciples to involuntarily change. The middle-aged man had clearly been killed by the white-haired old man. From the looks of it, it was sufficient to prove that Lin Tian's previous words were true. An elder of the imperial courtyard, many imperial courtyard disciples whispered to each other. The Lord Theological Seminary was the true number one inheritance in the immortal realm and the surrounding worlds. It had always been righteous in front of the world. Now, an elder of the imperial courtyard actually used the blood of others to refine pills. This was really hard to imagine. At the same time, these people were also shocked by the strength of the white-haired old man. A mid-stage immortal king had vanished just like that. However, they didn't even see how the white-haired old man killed him. The ninth elder of the imperial courtyard's expression turned ugly. He naturally knew that Lin Tian was telling the truth. Elder Ge, the ordinary elders of the imperial courtyard were managed by him and the other 9 elders. But now, something like this had happened. Such an incident would damage the reputation of the imperial courtyard. It could be said that it was the first stain on the Lord Theological Seminary since its establishment, and it was not a small one. Go and receive your punishment. The white-haired old man said. He descended from the void and came to Lin Tian's side. Let me see your friend. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. The white-haired old man's words clearly meant that he wanted to help Fan Yingxiong heal. Senior, please, he said. Fan Yingxiong had been tortured for a total of 7 years. His injuries were too heavy and too deep. Even if he used the Sun Nirvana art with his immortal king level cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to completely recover in a short period of time. Now, if this expert helped, Fan Yingxiong's injuries would be completely healed very quickly. The white-haired old man's name was Guqing. He came to the front of Ling Yun and the others. Looking at the weakened Fan Yingxiong, he directly raised his hand. A large amount of divine light enveloped Fan Yingxiong. The divine light contained a shocking amount of divine essence, causing Fan Yingxiong's injuries to recover at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian was immediately overjoyed. As expected, this white-haired old man was very powerful. At this moment, Fan Yingxiong's injuries were healed by 60% in the blink of an eye. Buzz! In the white-haired old man's hand, even more divine light surged towards Fan Yingxiong. After that, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian saw the strange expression of the white-haired old man. His heart couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that the white-haired old man had seen through Fan Yingxiong's barbarian king body. The divine light enveloped this area. After dozens of breaths, Fan Yingxiong's spirit, energy, and vitality completely recovered. His face was truly rosy, but his body didn't immediately become as sturdy as before. Many thanks, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Fan Yingxiong was the first to express his gratitude. Lin Tian also said, Thank you, Senior, for your help. With Fan Yingxiong's injuries, even with the help of the Sun's Nirvana art, it would take at least half a year for him to fully recover. But now, with the white-haired old man's help, he was completely healed in the blink of an eye. He was very grateful. The white-haired old man shook his head. The imperial courtyard's people injured him. It's only right for me to do so. There's no reason for me to accept your gratitude. As he spoke, a baodan appeared in his hand. He handed it to Fan Yingxiong and said, This is the Purple Heaven Immortal Pill. It can allow your cultivation to reach the Heaven Immortal Realm from the peak of the Profound Immortal Realm in a short time. Consider it my apology on behalf of the Imperial Courtyard. Currently, Fan Yingxiong's cultivation was at the peak of the Profound Immortal Realm. This Purple Heaven Immortal Pill contained an extremely shocking amount of immortal energy. It could allow Fan Yingxiong to reach the Heaven Immortal Realm from the peak of the profound Immortal Realm in half a month. This, the surrounding Imperial Courtyard's disciples couldn't help but be moved. It wasn't that they were jealous of the Purple Heaven Immortal Pill. After all, those who could enter the Imperial Courtyard were mostly Heaven Immortals and above. This kind of Baodan was worthless to these Imperial Courtyard's disciples. What surprised them was that the white-haired old man, a true high-ranking member of the Imperial Courtyard's upper echelon, was actually apologizing to an ordinary cultivator like this, and even gave out a Baodan as an apology. Lin Tian was also moved by this, and he couldn't help but respect this white-haired old man even more. Fan Yingxiong looked at the Purple Heaven Baodan that the white-haired old man handed over, and quickly waved his hands. No. I can't accept this. Senior, you've already helped me heal my injuries. How can I accept such a precious thing from you? He looked panicked, but it was obvious that he was very honest. The white-haired old man smiled and directly shattered the Baodan in his hand, sending its essence into Fan Yingxiong's body. Remember to refine it later. Lin Tianyi was stunned, and so were Ling Yun and the others. They didn't expect the white-haired old man to be so direct, shattering the Baodan and sending its essence into Fan Yingxiong's body. This was practically a forced gift. This. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Fan Yingxiong repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He didn't expect the white-haired old man to do this at all. He had no choice but to accept it now. Or rather, the white-haired old man had already forced him to accept this great gift, because the Baodan's power had completely merged into his body. The white-haired old man smiled, and his gaze fell on Yang Qi, who was standing in the group. A faint light flashed in his eyes, and he asked Lin Tiandao, "Is this also your friend?" "Yes." Lin Tian nodded, and then asked, "That, Senior, do you think it's possible for my two friends to join the Imperial Courtyard as well?" He, Ling Yin, and Baiziki all had the Emperor's token of the Lord Theological Seminary, and were now disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary, so they naturally hoped that Yang Qi and Fan Yingxiong could also become disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary, so that they could train and cultivate together in the future. The white-haired old man nodded. Of course, they are completely qualified. Chapter 1762. Yang Qi and Fan Yingxiong naturally knew about the Lord Theological Seminary. Therefore, they would not refuse the invitation of the white-haired old man, Guqing. Fan Yingxiong, in particular, had just been given a big gift. Even if he did not know what the Lord Theological Seminary was, he would still agree. Okay. The white-haired old man nodded with a smile. After a pause, he looked at Lin Tianyi and the others and said, "Not long ago, the Imperial Courtyard found a huge, desolate, ancient relic. In a few days, all the disciples of the Imperial Courtyard will go there for a trial. I look forward to your performance." As soon as he finished speaking, he nodded to Lin Tian and the others, and then he silently vanished on the spot as if he'd never appeared. Trial? What trial? Wuxing Crocodile was a little surprised. Is it the ancient road that the old man mentioned before? Lin Tian glanced at it and said, "Didn't you hear that they found a desolate ancient relic not long ago? It has nothing to do with that ancient road. There must be a lot of treasures in there." White Tiger's eyes lit up as if it had seen a lot of treasures. Lin Tian did not say anything. He glanced at the disciples of the Imperial Courtyard and asked Baiziki and the others to leave. Now they had found Fan Yingxiong. They had not seen each other for hundreds of years. Naturally, they had to get together. At the same time, the white-haired old man had forced the efficacy of the Purple Heaven Immortal Pill into Fan Yingxiong's body. At this time, Fan Yingxiong needed to find a place to refine the efficacy of the pill. Immediately, they left this place and headed toward the residence that Lin Tian had chosen in the Imperial Courtyard. Soon after, they returned to their residence. Fan Yingxiong immediately went into seclusion to refine the efficacy of the Purple Heaven Immortal Pill in his body. Then, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! On this day, a shocking pressure of a Heaven Immortal was emitted from Lin Tian's residence. After refining the efficacy of the Purple Heaven Immortal Pill in his body, Fan Yingxiong directly advanced to the middle stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm. It went up by 3 small steps. White Tiger was a little surprised. The Purple Heaven Immortal Pill was really amazing. That senior is such a good person. The Baodan that he gave me is too amazing. It must be very valuable. Fan Yingxiong scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, should I go and thank him again?" From the peak of the mysterious immortal realm to the mid-stage of the heavenly immortal realm in half a month, one had to admit that the energy contained within the Baodan was truly shocking. It's fine. That Baodan is nothing to that senior. Lin Tiandao. Furthermore, we have no idea where that senior lives. That's right, there's no need to thank me. We haven't seen each other in a few hundred years. Let's catch up and drink tonight, Wuxing Crocodile said. On this day, Lin Tian's residence was very lively. Fan Yingxiong was fine, and his cultivation had increased greatly. These were all good things. The group of people drank and chatted until the next morning. By the way, the young man with the sword and the young man with the sword don't know much about the Lord Theological Seminary. Let's show them around. After that, we'll make preparations to go to the trial that the white-haired old man mentioned. Wuxing Crocodile said. It was Yang Qi's first time in the Emperor God Academy. Although Fan Yingxiong had been in the Lord Theological Seminary for several years, he had always been imprisoned. It could be said that although he knew the name of the Lord Theological Seminary, he didn't know the various distribution of the Lord Theological Seminary at all. Well, that's true. Lin Tian nodded. After all, they were going to stay in the Lord Theological Seminary for a long time. Naturally, they had to let Yang Qi and Fan Yingxiong really understand the Lord Theological Seminary. Immediately, the group of people left the residence and led Yang Qi and Fan Yingxiong to every corner of the Lord Theological Seminary. That Lin Tian, ruthless, no, strong. He's both ruthless and strong. There were many geniuses and elites coming and going in the Lord Theological Seminary. After seeing Lin Tian, most of them couldn't help but tremble in fear. This was because a few days ago, the news that Lin Tian killed an imperial dean elder in the Lord Theological Seminary had spread throughout the Lord Theological Seminary. It could be said that there was no one who didn't know about it. He can kill a true god at the Immortal King realm, other than the person who ranks first in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 immortals. He can probably fight with everyone else. This person is simply terrifying. Many people gasped. Lin Tian saw the fear in these people's eyes and heard some of the cultivators' discussions. However, his expression didn't change at all. He led Yang Qi and Fan Yingxiong to other places in the Lord Theological Seminary. However, in the next moment, he stopped and looked ahead. Right in front of him, a young man in blood-red clothes walked over. He was surrounded by an extremely terrifying evil force, as if he had stepped out of hell. Yinshang. Around them, the other disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary naturally saw this person. Many of them couldn't help but tremble because Yinshang's name was a little scary. He was a young supreme being ranked 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals and the next realm lord of the world of souls. He had the bloodline of the dead spirits and was very powerful. This is Yinshang. The Wuxing Crocodile was moved. He's really extraordinary and very powerful. At this moment, it felt that this person was terrifying. He was like a moving hell. Even people as calm as Baiziki and Yang Qi couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise when they saw Yinshang at this time. They felt a huge pressure from this person, which was as huge as a mountain. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. This was the first time he saw Yinshang, and he could see how terrifying the other party was with just a glance. With his current strength, he actually didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party. Yi Yinshang walked over. His cold eyes fell on Lin Tian. Every step he took shook the space. He walked straight to Lin Tian and was less than half a meter away from Lin Tian. Staring at Lin Tian, his eyes were cold, and the aura on his body gradually became colder. The entire space shook because of it. Lin Tian was unmoved. His expression was calm, and the aura on his body became stronger, colliding with the other party's aura. Suddenly, the space in this place cracked, and shocking electric arcs flashed between the two of them. Then the entire surface of this place began to tremble, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. The surrounding disciples of the imperial courtyard couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate, and they couldn't help but step back. It's just a collision of auras, and it's actually so strong. Many cultivators trembled. Even people as strong as Baiziki, who had the thunder god physique at the peak of the sky immortal realm, and even people as strong as Yang Qi and the others couldn't help but step back when Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang's auras collided. Only little Tai Chu wasn't affected by this aura at all. With a rumbling sound, Lin Tian's aura continued to collide with Yi Yinshang's aura, and it gradually became stronger. What happened between them? Are they going to fight in the imperial courtyard? Chapter 1763. Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang stood face to face. Their majestic auras collided as if they could shatter everything. Arcs of lightning appeared in the air, as if they could destroy everything in their surroundings. This situation, are they really going to fight in the imperial courtyard? The Lord Theological Seminary's rules are very strict. It forbids any disciple from killing each other in the imperial courtyard. Once that happens, even the number one on the ranking of 100 immortals will be severely punished. So they shouldn't be fighting for real, right? Many disciples of the imperial courtyard discussed softly. With a rumble, Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang's auras collided. Their auras became stronger and stronger, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. Dense arcs of lightning interweaved around the two of them, becoming even more terrifying. In terms of auras, they're evenly matched. That Lin Tian, is he really able to fight against Yi Yinshang, a young paragon in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 immortals? Previously, when Lin Tian killed the true immortal realm Lu Shirtao, the disciples of the imperial courtyard already felt that Lin Tian could fight against everyone in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 immortals, except for the number one. However, when they saw that Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang's auras were evenly matched, they couldn't help but feel shocked. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang's auras rose to an extremely terrifying level, forcing the surrounding imperial courtyard disciples to retreat more than 1,000 zhang away. This was because, at such a close distance, it was impossible to withstand the collision of the two's terrifying auras. "What are you doing?" At this time, a deep voice sounded. A figure appeared in the distance. It was an old man, and the divine aura around his body was very clear. He was an elder of the Lord Theological Seminary, and he was at the peak of the true immortal realm. Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang stood face to face, and it was obvious that they were both elders of the imperial courtyard. Their auras slowly dissipated. "It's best if you don't go out," Yi Yinshang said coldly and walked past Lin Tian. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Lin Tian at all. It was Lin Tian who stole his cultivation materials, made a scene in the world of souls, and killed a city, lord of the capital city, and a group of experts from the world of souls. He knew all of this, and Lin Tian was already on his must-kill list. However, he couldn't make a move at this moment because this was the Lord Theological Seminary. No imperial courtyard disciple would dare to make a move against another imperial courtyard disciple in the Lord Theological Seminary, not even the number one on the ranking of 100 immortals. Moreover, at this time there was already an elder of the Lord Theological Seminary who was at the peak of the true God realm, who stood out to stop them. "I'll return those words to you word for word." Lin Tian said with his back to Yi Yinshang. The other party said that it was best for him not to go out. It was nothing more than a deterrent. In other words, if he went out, the other party would kill him. In that case, he would naturally do the same. As long as the other party walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary, as long as he met him, he would directly kill him without mercy. In that case, why don't you go out now and have a life-and-death battle? Once you're out of the imperial courtyard, no one will be able to stop you. At this time, a feminine voice rang out. Not far away, a young man in black appeared with the corners of his mouth curled up. Although he was smiling, he gave off a cold feeling. Number 10 on the ranking of 100 Immortals, Lan Tianjin. The crowd of imperial courtyard disciples was dumbfounded when they saw this. Lan Tianjin, don't stir up trouble, the elder of the imperial courtyard said in a deep voice. Obviously, he recognized this person. After all, he was a young paragon ranked in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 Immortals. Not many people in the celestial realm didn't know him. Elder, you've wronged me. I'm just giving them a very appropriate suggestion at the right time. The corner of Lan Tianjin's mouth curled up. With a very uncomfortable smile, he looked at Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang. The two of you, the suggestion has been given. It's up to you whether you want to go out or not. Men shouldn't just talk big. Around them, the imperial courtyard disciples couldn't help but look at each other. Lan Tianjin was obviously instigating Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang to walk out of the Lord Theological Seminary and have a life-and-death battle. These people looked at each other, but their eyes couldn't help but flicker. Yi Yinshang was ranked 9th on the ranking of 100 Immortals. Lin Tian was already able to kill true immortals in the Immortal King realm. If these two people fought to the death, it would definitely be very interesting. Yi Yinshang stopped and glanced at Lan Tianjin, then looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You dare!" Lin Tian also glanced at Lan Tianjin, then looked at Baiziki and the others. "You guys stay in the Lord Theological Seminary." After saying that, he directly walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary without even looking at Yi Yinshang. He's really walking out of the Lord Theological Seminary? He's going to have a life-and-death battle with Yi Yinshang outside the Lord Theological Seminary. Seeing this, many imperial courtyard disciples couldn't help but be moved. Lan Tianjin instigated Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang to fight outside the imperial courtyard. Yi Yinshang asked Lin Tian if he dared, but Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary. This was really a bit too strong. He wasn't afraid of Yi Yinshang at all. If you want a life-and-death battle, then so be it. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped out of the Lord Theological Seminary's main entrance and walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary. He stopped outside the imperial courtyard and looked back at Yi Yinshang inside the Lord Theological Seminary with a calm and indifferent expression. TSK, how bold! Lan Tianjin smirked as he clapped his hands. Yi Yinshang's expression didn't change, and his eyes were still cold. He also moved, walking out of the Lord Theological Seminary and out of the Lord Theological Seminary's main entrance in the blink of an eye. Boom! The shocking power of the fist was vast and mighty. Lin Tian directly made his move. The moment Yi Yinshang stepped out of the Lord Theological Seminary, he blasted out the Chaos Emperor Fist. The power of the fist turned into an indestructible fist and instantly arrived in front of Yi Yinshang. Yi Yinshang's expression changed. He didn't expect Lin Tian to make a move the moment he stepped out of the Lord Theological Seminary. It was too late to dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block. In the next moment, Lin Tian's fist directly landed on his arms. Bang! With a boom, Yi Yinshang was immediately sent back into the Lord Theological Seminary. Drops of blood floated in the air. For a moment, all the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were stunned. Even the peak true divinity realm elder of the imperial courtyard was a little stunned. They were all like Yi Yinshang. They didn't expect Lin Tian to make a move the moment Yi Yinshang stepped out of the imperial courtyard. This was simply not the slightest bit of the demeanor of an expert. Ha 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 ha, Kidlin, that was a beautiful punch. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. This is a good start. Boom! Monstrous, immortal power surged. Within the imperial courtyard, Yi Yinshang steadied himself and looked at Lin Tian outside the Lord Theological Seminary. His gaze turned cold. Shang, you were sent flying by Lin Tian as soon as you stepped out of the door. Do you feel embarrassed? Don't you feel depressed? Do you feel angry? Come, come, come. Share your feelings with everyone. Chapter 1764. Yi Yinshang was at the half-step true immortal realm, not far from the true immortal realm. He was ranked 9th on the 100 Immortals ranking and was extremely powerful. Hearing the white tiger asking him 3 questions in a row to share his feelings of being blown away by Lin Tian, his eyes instantly turned cold as he coldly glanced at the white tiger. Io, staring at your Lord Tiger? Do you want to kill this Lord Tiger fast enough? It's fine. Come, come, come. This Lord Tiger will give you a chance. Just stand here and don't move. The white tiger stood up like a human, hooking its tiger claws at Yi Yinshang. Around them, the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were speechless. This guy was standing in the Lord Theological Seminary and asking Yi Yinshang to kill him. Could Yi Yinshang kill him? So despicable, someone whispered. Yi Yinshang's face turned even colder. He glanced at the white tiger emotionlessly, then stepped out of the Lord Theological Seminary, leaving the imperial courtyard in one step. At the same time, as soon as he stepped out of the imperial courtyard, he made his move. He waved his right hand, and a large amount of dark light turned into a dark rain, piercing toward Lin Tian. The surrounding space was completely corroded by this dark rain. Lin Tian didn't dodge. His movement was simple, and he directly met it with a punch. With a boom, the two collided in the blink of an eye, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yi Yinshang's eyes were cold. After the dark rain, his entire body turned into a black fog that filled the sky. As if he was teleporting, he waved a large amount of dark light from different corners, pressing toward Lin Tian with the power to destroy all things. Lin Tian moved, his body like lightning, bringing along strands of lightning. He waved the sky-high sword scripture, and with a wave of his hand, sword light filled the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The dark light and the sky-high sword light collided like rain, letting out a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, the two were shattered. Yi Yinshang directly raised a layer of yin fog. Within it, pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, as if they could devour all living things in the world. Terrifying roars rang out from within the yin fog, directly enveloping Lin Tian. Such a scene was slightly terrifying. It was like the boundless evil spirits that were sealed within the eternal purgatory had emerged into the world, and they seemed as if they intended to devour everything. The temperature of this space suddenly dropped greatly, and it was ghastly and oppressive. This attack! Inside the Lord Theological Seminary, the imperial courtyard disciples couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Such a scene was truly a little frightening. Many people felt as if they were about to shatter in the next moment. This Yi Yinshang is indeed terrifying. Wuxing Crocodile frowned. Even the peak true god elder of the Imperial Academy couldn't help but be shocked by the power of this attack. It was hard to imagine that this was an attack from a half-step true god. Lin Tian faced this technique and naturally felt how terrifying it was. However, he was not afraid in the slightest. Buzz! He raised the 4 symbols seal divine technique. The silver divine diagram was dozens of feet in diameter, intertwining with the power of the seal and the power of the demon. It went straight towards Yi Yinshang's divine ability. The two collided and immediately set off a shocking storm in this place, shattering everything in the surroundings. Pieces of gravel flew into the sky. Then, with two whooshing sounds, the two charged at each other at close range. They clashed again and again, using all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. Some strength is beyond my expectations. Yi Inshang's eyes were cold. You're not bad either, but this kind of strength is within my expectations. Lin Tian was very calm. They were talking like this, but their hands didn't stop moving. All kinds of divine abilities and precious techniques were still colliding. Yi Inshang's expression was cold. Unparalleled Yin light intertwined, and the entire sky trembled. The Yin light seemed to want to destroy the world. Lin Tian was fearless and directly stepped forward. All kinds of divine light surrounded him, and he waved the Chaos Emperor fist to attack his opponent. It was as if the god of war had been reborn. His battle aura shook the sky, and a simple punch seemed to be able to destroy everything. Boom! 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 Time and time again, the space around them shook violently, and everything collapsed. The two's battle was earth-shattering. All kinds of light intertwined around them. In the blink of an eye, they had fought for more than half an hour. Inch by inch, the ground outside the Lord Theological Seminary couldn't stop crumbling. Bang! Lin Tian waved his fist, and it landed on Yi Inshang's chest. With a poof, Yi Inshang's chest was penetrated, and a large amount of blood spilled out. However, at the same time, Yi Inshang's claw with murderous Yin light landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. It directly tore off a large piece of flesh, and Lin Tian's entire arm was almost torn off. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and there was no joy or sorrow. The nirvana of the sun technique operated on its own, and his injuries healed in the blink of an eye. He once again stepped toward his opponent and directly waved the Chaos Emperor fist at his opponent. With a boom, as his fist pressed down, the space around them immediately collapsed, and the sky was filled with Yin fog. Yi Inshang also waved his fist, and a large amount of Yin fog was wrapped around the tip of his fist. It was mixed with endless corrosive power, and he swung it down toward Lin Tian's head. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, and the sky was filled with divine radiance. Behind Lin Tian, all kinds of divine manifestations rose, and at this moment, supported by the divine manifestation technique. Every divine manifestation contained an extremely shocking aura, as if it could suppress everything. Yi Inshang's expression didn't change. The Yin light condensed and turned into ghosts. All kinds of mysterious runes intertwined, and all of them were intertwined with an extremely shocking power. Boom! 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 The two collided again, and all kinds of divine radiance shot out, and the space around them was annihilated again and again. In the end, the two fought from the periphery of the Lord Theological Seminary to a stretch of desolate mountains not far away. In the blink of an eye, several mountains were annihilated by the collision between the two of them. All kinds of divine radiance surged, and all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques were revealed, and it was extremely terrifying. These two people really, in the Lord Theological Seminary, the group of disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were even more frightened, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. The collision between Lin Tian and Yi Inshang was really too shocking and terrifying to the extreme. Just the aftershocks of the divine might intertwined from the collision between them made everyone's hearts tremble. The expression of the peak stage, true god of the Imperial Academy, also changed again. Lin Tian and Yi Inshang were both in the Celestial King tier, but they could have such battle prowess which really shocked him. Back then, when he was at this level, when did he have such terrifying strength? Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. In the desolate mountains outside the Lord Theological Seminary, the collision between Lin Tian and Yi Inshang had almost reached a white-hot stage. Divine radiance and Yin light collided again and again, and the two of them injured each other again and again. Both of them were injured, and the battle situation was equally matched. Enough! A cold voice rang out, and Yi Yinshang's eyes were cold. With a boom, a vast sea full of blood surged up behind him, intertwined with a terrifying blood energy. It was as if it was formed by the blood of a celestial emperor expert after he died, and it seemed as if it could completely melt everything in the world. Dead Spirit Blood Sea. Chapter 1765. The sea of blood intertwined and surged in all directions. It was surrounded by a boundless blood aura, causing the surrounding space to be annihilated inch by inch. The terrifying corrosive power shook the sky. Yi Yinshang is said to have the dead spirit bloodline. This kind of bloodline is extremely powerful and possesses terrifying strength. I remember that this is the innate ability of the dead spirit bloodline. It can destroy and corrode everything. That's right, it's the innate ability of the dead spirit bloodline. It's terrifying. It's said that the last person with the dead spirit bloodline appeared in the late, desolate Antiquity era. He was a god emperor. In the past, he used this innate ability to suppress the world. Not many people could be his opponent. In the Lord Theological Seminary, the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary felt their hearts palpitate. Even though they were far away from where Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang were fighting, they couldn't help but retreat at this time. Many of their faces turned pale. The innate ability of Yi Yinshang was too terrifying. Even the peak true God realm elder of the imperial courtyard had a slight change in expression. Obviously, he was greatly shocked by this technique. Lan Tianjin, the young supreme in the top 10 of the 100 Immortals ranking, narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, he was also moved by the power of this technique. Rumble. The void rumbled as if thunder was descending. As Yi Yinshang's blood sea of dead spirits pressed down, the mountains in all directions instantly collapsed. This blood sea was completely formed by light. It wasn't real blood water, but it was incomparably real. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on Lin Tian's head, completely sealing the space around Lin Tian. He's been enveloped by the blood sea of dead spirits. It's over. Once enveloped by the blood sea, no matter who it is in the same realm, their divine power and ability to move will be frozen in an instant. They can only become targets for slaughter. That Lin Tian, this time he's dead for sure. Yi Yinshang, who has the dead spirit bloodline, is stronger after all. Once he uses his innate ability, not many people in the same realm can withstand it. A person who just bloomed not long ago is going to disappear, just like that. What a pity. What kind of grudge does he have with Yi Yinshang? Many imperial courtyard disciples couldn't help but shake their heads as they watched Lin Tian being enveloped by the blood sea. With a rumbling sound, the blood sea of dead spirits finally pressed down on Lin Tian's head. Die. Yi Yinshang was like the Yin Emperor. He coldly suppressed the sea of blood and completely submerged Lin Tian. The entire space was annihilated. Dead. In the Lord Theological Seminary, the disciples shook their heads. However, in the next moment, the blood sea of dead spirits trembled, and a figure stepped out. It was Lin Tian. He was unscathed, and in a flash he arrived in front of Yi Yinshang and threw out a punch. Dong! A violent explosion shook the sky. He had unleashed the primal Chaos Emperor Fist, and with a single punch, Yi Yinshang, who was unable to dodge in time, was sent flying thousands of feet away. He then exploded in the distance with a poof. At the same time, the blood sea of dead spirits collapsed as well. How is this possible? What happened? Am I hallucinating? Inside the Emperor God Academy, the group of disciples from the imperial courtyard were dumbfounded. Yi Yinshang had used his terrifying innate ability, the undead spirit blood sea, to trap Lin Tian within. However, Lin Tian was completely unharmed, and he directly passed through the undead spirit blood sea, blasting Yi Yinshang into smithereens. The disciples from the imperial courtyard couldn't believe their eyes. The expression of the peak true God realm elder of the imperial courtyard also changed. He couldn't understand the scene. Lin Tian was clearly enveloped by the blood sea of dead spirits, but in the end he was unscathed. In his mind, this should be impossible. But now, something that should have been impossible was actually happening right in front of his eyes. Lan Tianjin frowned for the first time. His gaze fell on Lin Tian, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Interesting. At this moment in the Lord Theological Seminary, only Baiziki's group wasn't surprised at all. Even the Wuxing crocodile sneered at Yi Yinshang. Of course, Ling Yun chuckled. Lin Tian had the reincarnation physique, the strongest imperial physique. The other 11 imperial physiques, imperial territories, and other powerful bloodlines' innate abilities were useless against Lin Tian. With a boom, the evil Yin god energy surged. In the distance, in the ancient, desolate mountain range, Yi Yinshang reformed his body. His expression was a little ugly. His eyes stared straight at Lin Tian, as if there were 2 deadly swords inside. His innate ability had clearly enveloped Lin Tian. That was a power that could easily kill an early-stage true god expert, but Lin Tian was unscathed. Lin Tian looked at Yi Yinshang and revealed a cold smile. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yi Yinshang's expression became even uglier. The killing intent in his eyes became thicker, and his black hair danced wildly. I'll chop off your head, he said emotionlessly. He took a step forward and turned into a beam of destructive Yin light, charging towards Lin Tian. A black Yin river appeared, intertwining with an extremely terrifying aura. It pressed towards Lin Tian, forming a vision in his sea of consciousness. Lin Tian snorted, and the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea vision was propped up. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined, forming a sky full of lotus swords to go against Yi Yinshang's vision in his sea of consciousness. The 2 of them clashed, and they were evenly matched. Their visions in their sea of consciousness shattered together in the blink of an eye, exploding into the sky. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Lin Tian took a step forward, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Yi Yinshang, and the reincarnation diagram of the imperial territory was propped up immediately. Why don't you try its power? He said, and directly suppressed the reincarnation diagram. Once the reincarnation diagram appeared, the sacred and majestic aura was vast and mighty, as if it was going to suppress and annihilate everything. It was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. Yi Yinshang naturally felt the terror of the reincarnation diagram. At this time, it was already impossible for him to dodge, and he could only support a great technique to block it. However, the reincarnation diagram was Lin Tian's imperial territory, so it was naturally not something that a simple divine ability could block. In the blink of an eye, it suppressed Yi Yinshang's great technique, and then steadily landed on Yi Yinshang's body. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, and Yi Yinshang immediately exploded again, dyeing the void red. However, his divine soul was not destroyed, and in the blink of an eye he reformed his physical body, and his eyes stared coldly at Lin Tian. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The reincarnation diagram of the imperial territory that he had just displayed could even injure a true god. However, although Yi Yinshang's physical body was shattered, he reformed in the blink of an eye, and his aura did not decrease in the slightest. It was obvious that his injuries were not serious. This made him have to admit that this Yi Yinshang was really strong. He lightly snorted, and then propped up the reincarnation diagram, and once again pressed down on his opponent, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. With a rumbling sound, as the reincarnation diagram pressed down, the surrounding space was directly frozen, and a destructive force directly pressed down on Yi Yinshang. Yi Yinshang's eyes were cold. With a boom, the black Yin river in his sea of consciousness was propped up by him, and at the same time 12 other divine abilities and precious techniques were displayed, all of which blasted towards Lin Tian. Chapter 1766. The black river interweaved with terrifying divine might, and when combined with a dozen other secret arts, its power was frightening. In the next moment, Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram collided with Yi Yinshang's black river and a dozen other arts. The void immediately collapsed, filling the sky with radiance. Whoosh! With a whoosh, Lin Tian stepped forward, passing through the radiance and appearing next to Yi Yinshang in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and unleashed a chaos Empyrean fist. Phantoms of a true dragon and a divine phoenix interweaved, pressing down on Yi Yinshang from two directions. Yi Yinshang didn't dodge, instead using the yin terminating palm to meet the attack. Black claw marks filled the sky, chilling and threatening. The two collided again, causing the sky to tremble. Then, with a sizzling sound, the two arts shattered together. Again, said Lin Tian. With a boom, the reincarnation diagram rose up again. This time, he used the thunder immortal Tao and the nature immortal Tao at the same time. They intertwined to form a reincarnation diagram of the immortal Tao and crashed down on his opponent. With the appearance of the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram, an even more majestic aura surged. The sky and earth began to tremble, as if the entire world was being suppressed by the reincarnation diagram. So scary! In the Lord Theological Seminary, many disciples couldn't help but tremble at the sight. They were shocked by the aura of the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram and couldn't even speak properly for a while. The peak True Divinity Imperial Court Elder and the top 10 on the ranking of 100 immortals, Lan Tianjin, couldn't help but be moved because the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram Lin Tian raised was truly terrifying. How interesting! Lan Tianjin's lips curled up slightly. Divine might surged, and the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram covered the sky. The entire world trembled from the ripples it emitted. Yi Yinshang's eyes flashed, but his expression didn't change at all. Eerie light surrounded him, directly supporting the blood sea of dead spirits, interweaving with the murderous aura in the sky. Is he going to face the attack with that innate ability? That won't do. I don't know why, but that art doesn't seem to work on Lin Tian. Many Imperial Courtyard disciples were confused. It was also at this time that a black Yin river appeared outside of Yi Yinshang's body after the bloody sea of dead spirits. It supported the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, and then merged with the bloody sea of dead spirits in a blink of an eye. All of a sudden, a murderous and cold aura surged, as if wanting to freeze and devour everything. A black and red wave appeared, greeting Lin Tian's immortal Tao reincarnation diagram. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. The surrounding space completely collapsed, and spatial turbulence poured out wantonly. In the next moment, the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram and the black and red waves exploded at the same time. Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang both staggered backwards, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. They were evenly matched. Will it be effective against Lin Tian after fusing the sea of consciousness anomaly with the innate divine ability and becoming stronger? Many Imperial Courtyard disciples were moved. Lin Tian himself was not surprised at all. Back then, the sun physique Li Guhuang couldn't do anything to him with the sun sea of King's territory. It was like a decoration to him. However, later on, after the other party fused the sun sea and the image of his sea of consciousness, it could pose a threat to him. Boom! Right at this moment, divine might surged. On the other side, the dark light in Yi Yinshang's eyes intertwined. He propped up a seal, which was densely intertwined with divine patterns. In an instant, the pressure of a celestial king surged, annihilating the void in all directions. This was a peak-level celestial king weapon. It was very oppressive. After being propped up by Yi Yinshang, it directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Moreover, at the same time, rays of Tao appeared outside Yi Yinshang's body. They were all immortal Tao, and there was more than one kind. There were no less than a dozen, and together with the peak-level celestial king weapon, they pressed down on Lin Tian together like a sea of Tao. Lin Tian humphed. With a move of his right hand, a battle spear appeared out of thin air. This was the peak-level celestial king weapon that an old drunkard had given him. Come! He brandished the battle spear in his hand, releasing an ear-piercing rumbling noise, using it to activate the heaven-conquering sword scripture, directly piercing through the seal that pressed down on Yi Yinshang. Moreover, the lightning immortal Tao and nature immortal Tao were propped up by him together, coordinating with the 5 lightning heaven-shaking art and dragon burial scripture, interweaving into a sky full of lightning and dragon patterns, pressing down together. In the blink of an eye, the precious seal and battle spear collided. Peak-level celestial king might shook, sending out waves of destructive divine radiance. At the same time, the dozen or so immortal Tao laws propped up by Yi Yinshang collided with the lightning immortal Tao and nature immortal Tao Lin Tian activated, as well as the 5 lightning heaven-shaking art and dragon burial scripture, directly producing a storm of destruction, engulfing the surrounding air, the ground directly sinking several zhang deep. Swish! Swish! 2 sounds tore through the air. Lin Tian and Yi Yinshang moved at the same time, rushing at each other before the storm of destruction dispersed. One wielded a battle spear to hack out, the other wielded a precious seal to suppress. From time to time, their fists and feet would clash. Hum! 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 All kinds of divine radiance and dark light surged. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had collided for a full hour. Both of them had exhausted more than half of their divine power, and the waves of divine power they emitted were much weaker than when they were at their peak. The battle had reached its climax. It was also at this moment that a black figure intertwined with a bloody aura rushed over from afar. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was close to Lin Tian. A faint divine might intertwine beside him, and it was an old man in a black robe. Lin Tian retreated and dodged. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly. "It's you!" At the same time, in the Lord Theological Seminary, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu couldn't help but be moved. That old fart, after so many years, he's here again. And it seems he's much stronger than before. Wuxing Crocodile frowned. This old man in a black robe was the original owner of the battle spear in Lin Tian's hand. Previously, an old drunkard had almost destroyed his body and soul with a wisp of divine consciousness. Unexpectedly, he appeared again now. In the Lord Theological Seminary, the other disciples were moved. He's here for that Lin Tian? He has a grudge against that Lin Tian. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, the old man in a black robe swung his claw at the air. He attacked again, and the sky was filled with light and shadows, and a dark aura surged. I really have to thank that person back then. I was oppressed by him, and after so many years, I broke through the barrier and reached the true God realm. His voice was cold as he looked at Lin Tian. "You're not bad. After so many years, you've actually reached such a height. However, it's no big deal. You're still just an ant." As he spoke, the aura he exuded became even more oppressive. His divine might became even stronger, solidifying the surroundings. A sky full of light and shadows pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions. His cultivation level was no less than that of a middle-stage true god. Chapter 1767. All kinds of lights and shadows intertwined with divine power, pressing down on Lin Tian from different directions. The fluctuations were really frightening, causing everyone in the Lord Theological Seminary to be moved. After all, this was the attack of a mid-stage true God expert. Yeah. Little Taichu opened its eyes wide and immediately flew out of the Lord Theological Seminary. Lin Tian's battle with Yi Yinshang had reached its climax, and he didn't have much divine power left. It was very dangerous for him to face the black-robed old man who had reached the mid-stage true God. Lin Tian tilted his head and stretched out his hand to little Taichu. Little Taichu naturally knew that Lin Tian didn't want it to go over. It immediately stopped, a little worried and a little doubtful. Rumbling, all kinds of lights and shadows intertwined with evil aura surged, and the aura they intertwined with was powerful and frightening. Lin Tian used the yin-yang steps, leaving afterimages all over the sky as he dodged these killing lights and shadows one by one. Your speed is not bad, but it's useless. The black-robed old man's voice was cold. With a boom, the aura of a mid-stage true god was fully revealed, causing the surroundings to tremble and solidify everything. Hand over the primitive emperor's token, and tell me your master's whereabouts. This old man will let you die a quick death, and then send your master down to accompany you. Lin Tianling laughed. Back then, the old man's divine sense almost destroyed you. You're just a little stronger than before, and you dare to talk nonsense about killing my master? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? As soon as he said this, the black-robed old man's expression froze, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. An old drunkard back then was just a divine sense. So what? This old man was far from recovering to his peak state back then, and now this old man is even stronger, enough to kill his real body. The shock in his eyes dissipated in the blink of an eye and became indifferent once again. Moreover, it was obviously colder. Clearly, he was very uncomfortable when he thought of how an old drunkard almost destroyed his body and soul with just a strand of divine sense. He looked at Lin Tianling and said coldly, "Now hand over the founding emperor's token, and tell this old man the whereabouts of that person. The founding emperor's token is no longer with me, and I don't know where my master is." Lin Tianling smiled. "Besides, you don't need to know about the founding emperor's token and my master's whereabouts. This time, you will rest in this place forever." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom. Formation runes appeared in the void one after another, and they immediately interweaved with an extremely terrifying killing intent. The entire sky and earth began to shake because of this. Killing array. This was carved by him? He even knew such a killing array. This murderous aura, this is so strong. When did he carve it? Inside the Lord Theological Seminary, the expressions of the cultivators changed. Even the peak true god realm Imperial Dean Elder, Lan Tianzhen, and Yi Yinshang, who was fighting with Lin Tian, were moved. Because at this time the killing intent interweaved in the void was really too terrifying. Universe suppressing origin killing array. This guy carved it during the battle with Yi Yinshang. Ling Yin and the others also changed their expressions. Boom! Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, the killing runes surged, interweaving with strands of terrifying killing light and clanging like a killing sword. The black-robed old man happened to be shrouded by the endless killing runes, and he immediately trembled. Naturally, he could feel the terror of these killing runes. In an instant, an intense threat rose. "You!" Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a move of his mind, the killing runes surged, and rays of killing light shot directly toward the black-robed old man. Just like what Ling Yun and the others had guessed, this heaven and earth-suppressing Yuan killing formation was indeed carved by him during the battle with Yi Yinshang. It wasn't even a corner of it, and the time it could last was also very limited. However, it was enough to threaten intermediate true god experts. After all, he had carved it with the cultivation base of an intermediate immortal king. Originally, he had secretly carved these killing runes to kill Yi Yinshang at the last moment. He did not expect this black-robed old man to rush here at this time, and his opponent had already surpassed the peak and reached the mid-stage true god realm. With his current state, he was definitely not a match for a mid-stage true god realm expert. Therefore, he directly supported the killing array that he had secretly engraved to kill Yi Yinshang. In an instant, the killing runes enveloped the black-robed old man. Clang! 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 The universe-suppressing origin killing formation was a divine king level killing formation. At this time, the concentrated killing light seemed to have come from an eternally unknown place. Tiny black, holes surged out at the first instant. Along with the concentrated killing light, they pressed down on the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was no longer as indifferent as before. He immediately became shocked and angry. After a roar, he supported a series of powerful and frightening magical powers and faced the Qianquan killing light that came from all directions. However, this was a divine king realm killing array. Even though Lin Tian had only engraved it during the battle with Yi Yinshan and did not even use a corner of it, its power was extremely terrifying. It immediately shattered the divine abilities that he had supported. Pooh! 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 Rays of killing light pierced through the black-robed old man in the blink of an eye. His entire body exploded in an instant. This so terrifying. In the Lord Theological Seminary, the hearts of the disciples palpitated. A mid-stage, true God realm expert was shattered by the killing light of the killing array in the blink of an eye. Boom! Divine power surged. The black-robed old man's divine soul was not destroyed. With a furious roar, he reformed his body in the blink of an eye. Damn it! At this time he stared at Lin Tian, extremely angry. It was hurriedly engraved during the battle. It has a total of 2 chances to produce killing light. Next time I'll end you. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. As his words fell, the killing patterns in the surroundings trembled. A second wave of killing light appeared, mercilessly pressing down on the black-robed old man. Even if the black-robed old man supported his divine Tao law, it was useless. He was directly hit into a bloody mist again. At the same time, in the void around them, strands of killing patterns dimmed and then slowly disappeared. Boom! In the bloody mist, divine power surged. The black-robed old man was not dead. His divine soul still existed, but there were many more cracks. He looked at Lin Tian, and the shock and anger on his face grew stronger. Terrifying divine power intertwined. His divine soul shone, and his body slowly reformed. That killing formation, his trump card is gone. Now, in the Lord Theological Seminary, many people looked at Lin Tian and could not help but frown. That killing formation could not hold on after 2 attacks. Now, what could Lin Tian use to stop the black-robed old man? The black-robed old man reformed his body and pressed toward Lin Tian step by step. There was an extremely cruel killing intent intertwined in his eyes. He had reached the middle stage of true God, but he was continuously injured by Lin Tian in front of everyone. It was really embarrassing. An ant will always be an ant. The 2 chances to kill have been used up. Now, this old man wants to see how you can struggle, he said coldly. At this moment, he only had eyes for Lin Tian. He only wanted to kill Lin Tian with the cruelest method in the world. Seeing this person walk over, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth could not help but curl up. I said there were only 2 chances to kill. Do you really think there are only 2 chances? He sneered. Actually, it has 3 chances to kill. However, this is the last chance. I want to leave more time to prepare and let it become the strongest. Now I'll send you on your way. Chapter 1768. The 100-meter-long holy sword of slaughter exuded a terrifying aura that seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. The black-robed elder trembled in shock and anger. You lied to me? So what if I did? Didn't anyone teach you not to believe your enemies? What have you done with all your years of life? Lin Tiandao, the universe killing formation he had inscribed here was relatively simple, far from a corner. Moreover, it could only last for a short period of time. After all, he was far from mastering this killing formation. Being able to inscribe such a large formation during his battle with Yi Yinshan was already his limit. He could only use it 3 times. The reason why he had told the black-robed old man that he would only have 2 chances to attack and that the runes would disappear after the 2 attacks was to numb his opponent. The runes did not truly disappear, but instead they were hidden in the void. He was secretly using the heavenly one soul technique, causing the runes to fuse together in the void, so that the third attack would be able to reach its maximum potential. The black-robed elder's eyes were about to spit fire. Without any hesitation, he fled into the distance, because at this moment he could clearly sense just how terrifying that 100-meter-long holy sword of slaughter was. In his current state, even if he didn't die from that attack, he wouldn't be far from it. With a whoosh, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. "You can't leave," Lin Tiandao calmly said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-meter-long holy sword of slaughter slashed down with a clang. The killing light extended for thousands of meters, splitting the sky and causing the earth in that direction to collapse. The destructive aura was terrifying to the extreme. With a miserable scream, the black-robed elder was instantly pulverized. A mist of blood floated in the air. After a few breaths of time, a streak of light shot out of the bloody mist and flew into the distance. That old man, he's still not dead? His soul is still intact? In the Lord Theological Seminary, the whooshing crocodile was shaken. Lin Tian's slash just now was extremely terrifying. It originally thought that it would be able to kill the black-robed old man, but it did not expect that the black-robed old man was still alive. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, in the mountain range, Lin Tian directly stepped out, using the duality steps and the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. One step covered an endless distance. In the blink of an eye, he intercepted the black-robed old man. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a deification talisman appeared in his hand. It intertwined with the power to destroy one's spirit and soul, and mercilessly pressed down. The black-robed old man was only left with a wisp of his divine soul. Moreover, his divine soul was already full of cracks, and his soul energy was very weak. Facing Lin Tian's soul-transforming talisman, he felt the power of the soul-transforming talisman. He immediately trembled violently and shouted in horror, "Stop! Don't kill me! I can tell you the secret of the primitive emperor token. Once you know about it, you will have unparalleled help." "No need," Lin Tian said calmly. The so-called secret of the primitive emperor token. He could guess that it was the endless, powerful, ferocious beasts in the demon subduing hall inside the primitive emperor token. He had already discovered this matter long ago. Why would he need to tell Feng Yan about it? Moreover, the primitive emperor token had already been taken away by the old hoodlum. "Disappear." He said 2 more words, and the deification talisman in his hand became even more terrifying. In the next moment, it fell on the black-robed old man. "No!" the black-robed old man screamed. In the next moment, his divine soul trembled and immediately collapsed, completely disappearing from the world. For a moment, the surroundings became a lot quieter. Clearly the battle with Yi Yinshang had consumed more than half of his divine power, but he could still kill a mid-stage true god expert. This is simply cheating a god. In the Lord Theological Seminary, the imperial courtyard disciples could not help but tremble. If that black-robed old man did not suddenly appear, those killing runes would have targeted Yi Yinshang. If that was the case, wouldn't Yi Yinshang be killed? That's not necessarily true. Although Yi Yinshang's current state is not as good as a mid-stage true god expert, that person has the dead spirit bloodline after all. He is ranked 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals, and is the next realm lord of the dead spirit world. How could such a person not have some special life-saving methods? Even if he was trapped by those killing runes, he might not necessarily be killed. Oh, that's true. Many people discussed. On the other side, Whooshing Crocodile watched and clicked his tongue. Finally dealt with that old man. The black-robed old man had chased after them several times. Now that he was killed by Lin Tian, it could be said that this hidden danger was completely solved. Boom! At this moment, Vast divine energy surged. In the mountains outside the Lord Theological Seminary, Yi Inshang made his move. The boundless immortal Tao of Yin, supported by a peak immortal king level seal, appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and directly suppressed Lin Tian. This power was not weak. It immediately sealed the surrounding space, enveloping Lin Tian in a destructive domain. Lin Tian's expression did not change, although he was suppressing the black-robed old man with the universe-killing formation. He was always on guard against Yi Inshang. Now that he saw the other party attacking, he was naturally prepared. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders art, and a large number of lightning bolts fell from the sky, immediately crushing the surrounding void inch by inch. Rolling thunder resounded in all directions. This lightning was purple. It was the 3rd level of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders art. It contained the power of extreme yang and was incomparably domineering. Moreover, it also contained the power of his immortal Tao of lightning, which made this lightning even more terrifying. Chi! 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 These lightning bolts collided with Yi Inshang's immortal Tao of Yin. In the blink of an eye, both of them shattered. At the same time, he waved the battle spear in his hand and activated the High Heaven Sword Scripture, directly facing Yi Inshang's seal. When the two collided, an earth-shattering rumble was heard. Crack! 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 The surrounding void started to crumble. In the next moment, the two of them truly collided once more. All sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques were executed successively. Immortal Tao laws surged, while divine energy and gloomy glows interweaved together, and they struck to the point the sky shook and the ground collapsed. Such a scene was extremely shocking. Buzz! Suddenly, the surrounding space shook, and an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly spread out. A scroll rushed out of Yi Inshang's body. It was covered with all kinds of strange divine runes, as if it could destroy everything. This is the 10,000 Slaughter Forbidden Artifact. The previous realm lord of the world of souls obtained it in an ancient ruin. There are a total of 3 scrolls, each of which can only be used once. It has the power to kill an early-stage heavenly god. This, he gave one to Yi Inshang. The disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked. Even the peak true god realm elder of the Imperial College trembled. He could clearly feel the terror of Yi Inshang's scroll. He couldn't help but feel an instinctive fear. At the same time, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yan's expressions changed. They could clearly feel how terrifying Yi Inshang's scroll was. Chapter 1769. The ancient scroll exuded a primordial aura, and it was covered with ancient and mysterious runes. Its aura was grand and intimidating. He has the bloodline of the dead spirits, ranks 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals, and is also the next realm lord of the world of souls. He's indeed powerful. Even if he was trapped by the killing runes earlier, he'll still be fine. That Lin Tian doesn't have the killing formation as his trump card. In his current state, I'm afraid, many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. This scroll that was covered in ancient runes made him feel a huge threat. Disappear! Yi Inshang said coldly and pressed down on Lin Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient scroll pressed down on Lin Tian. The void in all directions froze immediately, leaving Lin Tian with no way to retreat. Boom! In the next moment, the ancient scroll exploded and drowned everything in the space. The sky and the earth collapsed together, and rolling magma soared into the sky. The destructive aura caused everyone to tremble. For a moment, the light mist drowned everything in the space. Is that Lin Tian finished? Someone stared at that place. He should be finished. There's no way he can survive that attack in his current state. A cultivator next to him said. At this moment, with a clang, a golden sword ray shot out from the light mist at an extremely fast speed. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Yinshang's chest was penetrated. The light mist dissipated, revealing Lin Tian's figure. His body was covered in blood, and he was protected by a broken pagoda. Strands of purple light intertwined with each other. It was vast and majestic. He's still alive. He didn't die from that attack. He survived. The cultivators were shocked. Even the peak true God elder of the Lord Theological Seminary and Lan Tianjin were shocked. That scroll covered in ancient runes could even destroy an early stage heavenly god. However, Lin Tian had managed to survive after exhausting more than half of his divine power. Was it the broken pagoda that protected him and blocked the 10,000 slaughter forbidden weapon? That broken pagoda. Wait, that aura is primordial mother chi. It seems like it really is primordial origin chi. Moreover, it is extremely pure. It seems like only the legendary primordial heavenly crystal can emit such pure primordial origin chi. His broken pagoda, could it be it's forged from grand mist heavenly crystal? Looking at the damaged purple pagoda protecting Lin Tian, the expressions of all the cultivators changed again. Yes, that's right. It's forged using grand mist heavenly crystals. There's no mistake about it. The peak-level true God elder of the Lord Theological Seminary spoke. His eyes flickered with shock. At his level, it was impossible for him to be mistaken. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, the mountain range where the battle had taken place was almost completely destroyed. Yi Yinshang had just healed the wound on his chest. Looking at the still alive Lin Tian and the damaged purple pagoda protecting Lin Tian, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Naturally, he could tell that the damaged pagoda around Lin Tian was forged from grand mist heavenly crystal. On the other side, Lin Tian was drenched in blood. He gasped for breath and quickly circulated the sun's nirvana technique to heal his wounds. At the same time, the damaged purple pagoda around his body also quickly gathered and became whole. This was his immortal Emperor Pagoda. Just now, when Yi Yinshang had attacked with the 10,000 slaughter forbidden weapon, the destructive aura was too strong. He could only summon the immortal Emperor Pagoda, a divine weapon forged from grand mist heavenly crystal, to protect himself. Even so, the scroll had still severely injured him. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was also damaged. Whoosh! Suddenly there was a piercing sound. A figure rushed out from the Lord Theological Seminary and went straight for Lin Tian. It was Lan Tianjin, who was ranked 10th on the ranking of 100 immortals. This pagoda, I want it. With a cold voice, Lan Tianjin appeared in front of Lin Tian in an instant and directly grabbed the immortal Emperor Pagoda. A pagoda forged from grand mist heavenly crystal was the embryo of a peak-level Emperor divine weapon. It could continuously evolve. Even if it was destroyed, it could be reformed. Its value was shocking. You're courting death. In the Lord Theological Seminary, Wuxing Crocodile immediately shouted angrily, "Yeah." At this time, the little Taichu moved. It rushed out, and the six-colored divine light covered the sky and pressed down on Lan Tianjin. The six-colored divine light surged violently and intertwined with unparalleled power, annihilating everything in its path. Lan Tianjin's eyes narrowed. He had heard that there was a very terrifying little beast beside Lin Tian. He also knew that this was the time to rush over. However, he did not expect it to be so strong. When the six-colored divine light pressed down on him, he immediately felt a great threat. Swoosh! He quickly retreated and dodged the six-colored divine light of the little Taichu. Then, in the next moment, he rushed towards Lin Tian again. The surging divine light rushed up, and dozens of immortal Tao nomological laws were propped up together. His body evolved into many afterimages, and he closed in on Lin Tian from all directions. He wanted to snatch Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. The little Taichu shouted angrily, The six-colored divine fire soared into the sky and drowned all the divine light illusions that Lan Tianjin had created. Swish, swish, swish. A series of crisp sounds were heard. Under the six-colored divine fire, all the illusions that Lan Tianjin had created were burned to ashes in an instant. His real body was forced out and his face darkened. As strong as he was, he could not break through the little Taichu's obstruction at all. The little Taichu looked at Lan Tianjin and snorted unhappily. An even more turbulent six-colored divine fire intertwined, like a waterfall of six-colored divine fire, and flooded towards Lan Tianjin. After the primordial immortal emperor had fused the primordial immortal world into his body, after so many days, the little guy had begun to absorb the power within. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. With a rumble, the space in all directions was annihilated. It was burned into a mess by the six-colored divine fire. Even the spatial turbulence and chaotic light that overflowed were completely burned away. Lan Tianjin was moved. He immediately supported a series of powerful abhijanas and faced the six-colored divine fire of the little Taichu. Lin Tian watched this scene from behind. He looked at the little Taichu and smiled slightly. He looked at Lan Tianjin with a cold gaze and then looked at Yi Yinshang. Continue. The little Taichu was completely capable of dealing with Lan Tianjin. At this moment, he did not care about Lan Tianjin at all. He controlled the restored immortal Emperor Pagoda and directly suppressed Yi Yinshang. He wanted to kill this powerful enemy here and now. However, at this moment, a black-robed man appeared on the battlefield like a ghost. He appeared in front of Lin Tian in a flash and directly grabbed at Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. His aura was even stronger than Yi Yinshang's at his peak. That's Yuan Yinfu, the 8th on the ranking of 100 immortals. He's also here. The imperial courtyard disciples in the Lord Theological Seminary were all shocked. Chapter 1770. The black-robed man, Yuan Yinfu, came very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Tian and grabbed at the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian was shocked and immediately retreated as fast as he could. In his current state, he couldn't stop this person at all. He was very clear about this. The black-robed man stepped forward again and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Tian again. He spread his hands again, and divine light filled the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian. Yeah. Little Taichu shouted angrily. The six-colored divine flames surged, covering the sky and enveloping the black-robed man. However, Yuan Yinfu was too fast. Little Taichu was blocking Lan Tianjin and Yuan Yinfu at the same time. The six-colored divine flames couldn't keep up with the other party's speed. When Yuan Yinfu was really in front of Lin Tian, a majestic divine power surged and sealed the space around Lin Tian. A divine light palm appeared and pressed down on Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he was very cold. At this time, there was no way to avoid, so he directly swung the Chaos Emperor fist to meet the attack. At this time, a wave of water suddenly surged in front of him. It intertwined with an astonishing force and blocked Yuan Yinfu's palm, forcing Yuan Yinfu to take a step back. In the sky, a graceful woman appeared without a sound. She was somewhat charming, and drops of mist surrounded her body. And Ai Yao Yao, the 7th on the ranking of 100 immortals, she's here too. She blocked Yuan Yinfu's attack. What is she going to do? In the Lord Theological Seminary, the imperial courtyard disciples were shocked. Bai Ziki, Ling Yin, and the others were also shocked. Yuan Yinfu suddenly appeared and attacked Lin Tian after Lan Tianjin to seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They were all angry and worried. However, at this time, seeing this charming woman suddenly appear and clearly wanting to help Lin Tian, they couldn't help but show some doubts. Speaking of which, why does this woman look so familiar? The white tiger muttered to himself. It was rare that he didn't reveal his lecherous nature because of this woman's beauty. Beside him, Ling Yun nodded and said, I also feel that he looks familiar. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, Lin Tian's gaze landed on Nai Yao Yao. Just like the Ling Yun white tiger, he also felt that this woman was very familiar. However, he was certain that this was the first time he had seen her. After a pause, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and thanked the other party. Thank you for your help, Mississippi, if not for Nai Yao Yao's sudden attack. Even if Yuan Yunfu did not snatch the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he would have been seriously injured. In the sky, Nai Yao Yao looked very charming. She blinked her eyes and landed beside Lin Tian. You're welcome. They said that I'm indebted to you. Oh, although I'm not very sure myself, I have some vague impressions of it. Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this. Me? You owe him a favor? What did they say? He suddenly felt that there was a lot of information in Nai Yao Yao's words, and he couldn't quite understand it. Nai Yao Yao giggled and whispered into Lin Tian's ear. The disordered region, the ancient statue of the water god. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. At this time, he looked at Nai Yao Yao again and suddenly understood why he felt that she was very familiar. Now that he thought about it, her appearance was very similar to the statue of the primogenitor of the water god palace that he had found in the disordered region. Previously, the water god palace felt that the water god had reincarnated and needed the water god statue as a guide to find the reincarnation of the water god. At that time, he had found the water god statue in the disordered region and handed it to the water god palace. Now, those people from the water god palace had really found the reincarnation of the water god. Was it this Nai Yao Yao in front of him? He was shocked. Your water. Nai Yao Yao covered his mouth and giggled. I don't have any memories of the past. Besides, I don't want to be so old. I'm the current Nai Yao Yao. You can call me Yao Yao. Lin Tian couldn't help but blush with shame. This, an ancient antique from the ancient era who had reincarnated until now, was standing in front of him. He felt a little embarrassed to call her Yao Yao directly. This was different from the situation with the old hoodlum. After all, the old hoodlum was too heartless. It was really hard for others to treat him as an elder. In the Lord Theological Seminary, a group of imperial courtyard disciples stared. Nai Yao Yao was ranked 7th on the ranking of 100 immortals. She was extremely beautiful and had many admirers. Many saints from the great clans of the 12 immortal continents had visited her before, but they were all rejected. It was very difficult for those saints to even meet her, let alone find a man who could be so intimate with her. But now, Nai Yao Yao suddenly appeared here and took the initiative to help Lin Tian block Yuan Yunfu's attack. Then, she took the initiative to get close to Lin Tian. She was so intimate with Lin Tian that it was as if they were Dao companions. Some of the cultivators who saw this had their mouths wide open. F***CK. This wicked bastard. He already has so many beautiful wives at home, but he's still picking up other women outside, and he's actually doing it behind our backs. The white tiger stared. This is too much. Ling Yun echoed. He also had an indignant look on his face. The whooshing crocodile glanced at the man and tiger with disdain. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, Yuan Yunfu's eyes were cold. He moved again and closed in on Lin Tian. Even though Nai Yao Yao was beside him, he did not retreat. He stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda beside Lin Tian, his eyes shining brightly. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was a divine weapon forged from primordial heavenly crystals. Its value was too shocking, and its temptation was limitless. Nai Yao Yao raised her hand, and a large amount of water mist appeared naturally. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge wave. This formation, she's a superwoman. The white tiger's eyes widened. At this time, the wave that Nai Yao Yao created was not formed by divine light. It was completely condensed from water, and it was intertwined with the astonishing water immortal Tao. This was enough to show how powerful Nai Yao Yao was. It was very terrifying. Get out of the way. Yuan Yunfu raised his hand, and divine light slashed down, splitting the wave. His eyes were somewhat intimidating, intertwined with strength and dominance. "Don't yell at me," Anai said. Another huge wave appeared out of thin air and pressed down on Yuan Yunfu. After a pause, she continued, "Besides, no matter what, I'm still 7th on the ranking of 100 immortals, one position higher than you. Although the difference in combat strength is not very big, overall, you're not as good as me." Her words were very honest, and it made Yuan Yunfu's eyes even colder. After all, although he was indeed behind Anai Yao on the ranking of 100 immortals, he still felt very uncomfortable when Anai Yao said that he was not as good as a woman in front of everyone. The divine power intertwined outside his body became stronger, and it turned into a heavenly sword that slashed down directly. Anai Yao curled her lips and raised her delicate hand. Waves of water rolled out, almost turning the place into a vast ocean. The momentum was not very terrifying, but it gave people a feeling of grandeur. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian thought to himself that Anai Yao was indeed the reincarnation of an ancient water god. Her ability to control water was really shocking. "Thanks." He paused and thanked Anai Yao. Then he stared at Yi Yinshang, who was in another position, and directly pressed down on him with the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Continue. Chapter 1771. Little Taichu blocked Lan Tianjin, who was ranked 10th on the ranking of 100 immortals, while Anai Yao blocked Yuan Yunfu, who was ranked 8th on the ranking of 100 immortals. At this time, he didn't need to worry about these two. He stepped forward again, toward Yi Yinshang. 1. At this time, he activated the Immortal King Grade Spear and Immortal Emperor Pagoda at the same time. Both glowed and pressed down on Yi Yinshang at the same time. Yi Yinshang's eyes were deep and cold. Evil in energy intertwined around his body. The Immortal King Grade Seal was activated again, bursting with divine energy to meet Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Divine energy and Yin light rippled together, enveloping the entire space. Clang! With a crisp sound, Lin Tian's spear and Yi Yinshang's seal collided. The spear and seal were sent flying at the same time. Lin Tian stepped forward. The immortal Emperor Pagoda intertwined with purple, primordial light. He activated it with all his divine energy, and it immediately burst with divine light. The surrounding space was completely shattered in an instant. At the same time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda intertwined with strands of terrifying lightning. With a sizzling sound, the aura was oppressive. It carried the aura of a heavenly tribulation, as if a heavenly tribulation was condensed inside the pagoda. Yi Yinshang growled. He immediately activated an extremely powerful divine technique, bursting with divine energy. He also supported the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and the immortal Tao law at the same time, meeting Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. Crack! With a soft sound, as the immortal Emperor Pagoda pressed down, a force as vast as the universe pressed down. It instantly crushed Yi Yinshang's divine technique, immortal Tao, and phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. This is a precious weapon forged from primordial heavenly crystal. It's really terrifying. It's clearly only at the level of an immortal king weapon, but it can block the power that can kill an early-stage heavenly god. And its offensive power is so strong. Yi Yinshang's divine technique, immortal Tao, and phenomenon in his sea of consciousness were shattered in an instant. This is simply... Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked. Artifacts forged from grand mist, heavenly crystals. I'm so envious. And Yao giggled. With a wave of her hand, water mist filled the sky. It was mixed with the astonishing immortal Tao of water, firmly blocking Yuan Yunfu to one side. Get out of my way. Yuan Yunfu's voice was cold, and his divine light trembled. As he attacked Anai Yao, he looked in Lin Tian's direction and stared straight at the immortal Emperor Pagoda. If you want to go over, you'll have to rely on your own ability to defeat me. and Ai Yao smiled. But I don't think you can do it. Yuan Yunfu's gaze was ice-cold. He erupted with even more astonishing divine might and attacked violently. However, it was still difficult for him to surpass an Ai Yao. At the same time, on the other side, Lan Tianjin was also staring at Lin Tian's immortal emperor pagoda. His eyes flashed, and he tried to rush in that direction again and again. Unfortunately, he could not get past the little Taichu. At this time, Lin Tian's immortal emperor pagoda came crashing down on Yi Yinshang's head. Its terrifying power sealed everything. Yi Yinshang roared. The sea of dead spirits and the vision in his sea of knowledge merged together again and met the immortal emperor pagoda head-on. This time, the immortal emperor pagoda was blocked and could not come down anymore. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian used the weapon control art to control the immortal emperor pagoda. He used the duality steps to move more than 100 zhang in an instant, supporting the yin-yang lotus sea and the reincarnation diagram. He directly passed through Yi Yinshang's innate mystique and the vision in his sea of knowledge and arrived in front of him. Yi Yinshang's eyes narrowed. With a trace of shock, he quickly retreated. However, Lin Tian was much faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. He directly swung the Chaos Empyrean Fist. The purple lightning of the 5 heaven-shaking thunderclap incantation circled around the fist, making this punch even stronger. Poof! Blood splattered. Yi Yinshang did not dodge and was directly hit in the chest by this punch. Lin Tian stepped forward, not giving his opponent any time to breathe. The 5 heaven-shaking thunderclap incantation activated. Immediately, a sky full of purple lightning fell, enveloping Yi Yinshang. Poof! 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 The purple lightning was incomparably powerful. It directly shattered Yi Yinshang's physical body. Only his soul was left intact. Whoosh! His soul shone brightly. A beam of killing light shot out, intertwined with astonishing soul power. It shot towards Lin Tian's forehead. Lin Tian's thoughts moved slightly. The immortal Emperor Pagoda released a beam of purple light, which crushed this beam of soul power. It was also at this time that Yi Yinshang reformed his physical body. His eyes were cold. He stared at Lin Tian for a moment. Then his body quickly became illusory. Next time, I'll take your head. He was an expert, but also a sharp and intelligent person. At this time, he could see that it was not possible to kill Lin Tian. That Zong's immortal Emperor Pagoda was troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, his body became even more illusory. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian did not have time to stop him. Seeing his opponent disappear, he immediately opened his delusion breaker divine eye. Unfortunately, he still could not see his opponent's body. Even his aura had disappeared. Zong's soul altar in the Yin capital of the world of souls directly moved back to the world of souls. He frowned. Previously, he had searched the sea of consciousness of a celestial king-level cultivator in the world of dead souls, so he knew some things about the world of dead souls. Within the first capital of this world, the Yin capital, there was an altar of dead souls that possessed an extremely mysterious and mighty power. It could be used to freely move from other great worlds to that altar, and it could be done with just a thought. This soul altar could only be controlled by the realm master of the world of souls and the future realm master. As the next realm master of the world of souls, Yi Yinshang naturally could use that soul altar. He thought that the other party should have used that soul altar to directly move from here to the world of souls. Yi Yinshang disappeared. He actually retreated? That Lin Tian is stronger than Yi Yinshang, the 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals. The disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked. Even the peak true God realm elder of the imperial institution was moved. Boom! Divine energy vibrated. Little Taichu and Lan Tianjin were still fighting, and Ai Yaoyao was also fighting Yuan Yunfu, for different auras intertwined. It was very frightening. In that place, The sky and the earth were trembling and cracking. Lin Tian glanced at Lan Tianjin and Yuan Yunfu. Then he stepped into the Lord Theological Seminary and came in front of Bai Ziki and the others. "Lend me your god power and demon power." Bai Ziki and the others nodded. They did not ask anything and directly transferred their god power and demon power to Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit were greatly strengthened. His strength reached about 60% of his peak. Okay, his eyes flashed, and he stepped out of the Lord Theological Seminary. Chapter 1772. As Lin Tian appeared beside Nai Yao Yao and pressed Yuan Yunfu with the reincarnation portrait, Yuan Yunfu's expression changed. After all, Nai Yao Yao was very powerful to begin with, and so was Lin Tian. Although he wasn't at his peak at the moment, the reincarnation portrait of the king's territory was still very intimidating with the help of the divine power that Bai Ziki and the rest had transferred over. At that moment, Yuan Yunfu retreated and dodged the reincarnation portrait. "Why are you retreating?" Lin Tianlong asked. He used the duality steps, leaving after images with each step. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yuan Yunfu, and the reincarnation portrait was raised again. At the same time, Nai Yao Yao released a large amount of water mist, intertwined with the water immortal Tao, and pressed down on Yuan Yunfu. Yuan Yunfu's expression was cold. He was facing Lin Tian and Nai Yao Yao at the same time, and there was a huge pressure on him. There was no way he could block both Lin Tian and Nai Yao Yao at the same time. Whoosh! On the other side, there was a sound of something breaking through the air, and great divine power surged. Lan Tianjin stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda that Lin Tian sent to little Taichu's head, and a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. With a boom, he propped up the spiritual sea avatar and shrouded little Taichu. At the same time, the immortal Tao laws beside him surged, turning into a huge immortal hand that grabbed at the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Yeah. Little Taichu snorted angrily and activated the immortal Emperor Pagoda with a 6-colored divine light. It immediately erupted with purple primordial light, which was many times stronger than when Lin Tian activated the immortal Emperor Pagoda with less than half of his divine power. It immediately crushed Lan Tianjin's spiritual sea avatar, and at the same time shattered the huge hand formed by the immortal Tao laws. Lan Tianjin was moved, and then he stepped toward little Taichu again, using an even more powerful mystic art to grab at the immortal Emperor Pagoda. From the scene just now, he felt even more how powerful and valuable the immortal Emperor Pagoda was. In the next instant, with a whoosh, Yuan Yunfu forcefully distanced himself from Lin Tian and Nai Yao Yao and rushed towards the little Taichu. He immediately used his powerful mystique to grab the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tianling snorted. Using the yin and yang steps and the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation, he took a step forward. Purple lightning filled the sky, covering both Yuan Yunfu and Lan Tianjin. The power of the lightning was intimidating. At the same time, Nai Yao Yao made her move. A huge water prison appeared out of thin air, enveloping Yuan Yunfu and Lan Tianjin. Yeah. Little Taichu let out a roar. The wings on its back flapped, and it immediately propped up the 4 spirits' manifestation. For a moment, the roar of a dragon shook the sky, and the cry of a phoenix shook the world. Along with Lin Tian's purple lightning and Nai Yao Yao's water prison, they attacked Lan Tianjin and Yuan Yunfu. Moreover, the little guy propped up the immortal Emperor Pagoda as well, causing it to erupt with even more terrifying divine might, illuminating all directions. Yuan Yunfu and Lan Tianjin's expressions changed at the same time, and they each propped up a divine light defense. However, Lin Tian, little Taichu, and Nai Yao Yao were no weaklings. Moreover, little Taichu still had a powerful weapon like the immortal Emperor Pagoda to attack. Its power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the divine light defense propped up by Yuan Yunfu and Lan Tianjin, and a large amount of killing light fell on them. Puff! Puff! Accompanied by two bursts of blood mist, Yuan Yunfu and Lan Tianjin did not fare well. They both exploded at the first moment. However, both of them were super experts in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 immortals. Their souls were completely unharmed, and in the blink of an eye, they reformed their physical bodies. Their faces were not looking good. Lan Tianjin's eyes were deep as he stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above little Taichu's head. He paused for a moment, then retreated, leaving afterimages all over the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a strange Tao formation appeared under Yuan Yunfu's feet, and in the next moment, it also disappeared at an astonishing speed. Both of them were very strong. At this moment, it could be seen that the combination of Lin Tian, little Taichu, and Enai, together with a powerful weapon like the immortal Emperor Pagoda, was impossible for them to win. They ran pretty fast. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see that the two of them also had special means. They left in the blink of an eye, and he did not have time to chase after them. In the Lord Theological Seminary, the imperial courtyard disciples were also shocked. Yi Yinshan, Lan Tianjin, and Yuan Yunfu actually ran away. These cultivators were shocked. Even the peak true immortal realm elder of the imperial courtyard was shocked. He paused for a moment and then left the place. As an elder of the imperial courtyard, if there were disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary fighting in the imperial courtyard, he had to stop it in time. If it was outside the Lord Theological Seminary, the imperial courtyard did not have to care at all. However, although they did not have to care, some things still had to be reported to the higher-ups of the imperial courtyard. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the battle spear at the same time. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice and flew to his shoulder. Lin Tianyi smiled and then looked at Enai Yaoyao and thanked her again. Today, if not for Enai Yaoyao's sudden help, he would have been in some danger. I said, "You don't have to thank me." Enai Yaoyao looked a little flirtatious, and she giggled. Lin Tian smiled again and said to Enai Yaoyao, "You should also have that Emperor God token, right? Let's go in together." As the 7th young paragon on the ranking of 100 immortals, Enai Yaoyao definitely had the Emperor God token. Enai Yaoyao nodded, and the two of them quickly entered the imperial courtyard. There were many disciples of the imperial courtyard watching the battle in front of the imperial courtyard. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian and Enai Yaoyao enter, they immediately made way for them. After all, Lin Tian, Enai Yaoyao, and little Taichu were too strong, and they definitely had the power to kill early-stage true god experts, especially Lin Tian, who had previously engraved a terrifying killing formation and actually killed a mid-stage true god. How could these ordinary imperial courtyard disciples not feel fear and reverence when they saw these powerful cultivators walking towards them? Lin Tian saw these people's actions, but he did not care. He was already used to this kind of thing. He brought Enai Yaoyao with him, and soon met up with Baiziki and the rest. Then he invited Enai Yaoyao to the residence area where they were staying for a gathering. Enai Yaoyao was very generous. Coincidentally, she did not have a good residence in the Lord Theological Seminary, so she nodded immediately. Not long after, they arrived at the residence area where Lin Tianyi and the rest were staying. Lin Tian opened his mouth and introduced Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the rest to Enai Yaoyao. Then he briefly introduced Enai Yaoyao to Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the rest. "You are the reincarnation of the water god." Ling Yun was shocked. "No wonder Lord Tiger found you familiar. You are indeed very similar to the water god ancient elephant found in the sea." The white tiger stared at him. Even people as calm as Baiziki and Yang Qi could not help but be moved at this time. This Enai Yaoyao in front of them was actually someone from the ancient era. "I don't remember most of the things in the past. Now I am just Enai Yaoyao." Enai Yaoyao smiled and said, "I only have some very vague memories of the past." What kind of vague memories do you have? Do you remember where there are shocking treasures?" The white tiger asked. "No," and Ai Yao Yao shook her head. She paused and looked at him. Then she narrowed her eyes and said, "However, when I found my ancient elephant in the sea, I remember you said you wanted to hide it